I'm a student, but what college and what I'm studying isn't important. What is important is that I've always owned Windows computers, and the school uses Macs for our projects. Transferring files between them was a nightmare, so I stayed at the school to finish anything due. I took the buses home every day and was fairly late. My school wasn't very far away from my place. However, I was always so tired from cramming to finish projects before the deadline that I took the bus home. And the passes were included in our tuition, so why not use it as often as possible? On the way back at night, I was nodding off to sleep. The driver's bad habit of stopping suddenly was the only thing keeping me awake. My head snapped forward when the bus stopped. At first, I wasn't sure where I was. We stopped in front of a park. The driver often paused to take a 5-minute break at this stop because I was the only one left riding the bus. I knew I would drift back off to sleep if we didn't start moving soon. I almost did. Glancing out the window, I noticed something that got enough of my attention to stay awake. A man was just walking under a light and into the park. For a split second, I saw his face, but I couldn't remember what it looked like. My body reacted in flight mode after seeing it. I was wide awake, feeling like I should start running, muscles tense. I started hoping he looked back towards me. I burned the rest of his image into my mind due to how small the smallest hint of seeing his face screamed danger. He looked normal, tall and thin, and dressed in a maroon suit. Alright, maybe that colour of suit wasn't all that normal. I'd seen weirder outfits on the students in my class, and there were some bars in the area. It wasn't unreasonable that he wore his nice suit out on a date. I could explain his fashion sense, but not why my body reacted in the way it did, only looking at him. The bus started back up again, and I was left to wonder what that was all about for another day. While I was working on my newest project, I kept getting distracted thinking about that man in the park. I wanted to remember his face just as much as I didn't. I knew unless I got this settled, I would never be able to focus. The path through the park was faster than the bus. I always stayed on the bus instead of cutting through because I was too lazy to walk. The next night, I got off the bus right in front of the park. My driver paid no attention. It was a foolish thought, thinking that the odd man would be back a second time, and I haven't heard great things about that park. A lot of muggings lately, so all of my female friends refused to walk through at night. Dangerous, but I still just needed to know who that man was. I walked through at a brisk pace while looking around me. I kept my phone in my hand in case I did get into trouble. When I came across someone on the pathway, I eyed him wary. When he spotted me and took a few steps in my direction, I almost called the cops. Relief flooded me when his jacket was labelled with security. "Hey, can I walk you through?" he offered, and stopped a few steps in front of me, in case I was still a bit untrusting. "Parks have security now?" I asked, eyebrows raised. He let out a chuckle at my question. "Yeah, the city hired my company for a few weeks. There have been attacks and not enough officers to patrol. Until they get settled, they want someone to scare away the muggers and get the drunks to the other side safely." That did make some sense. A few cops just retired out, leaving so many spots to fill. I heard about the issue, but never about how it would affect the city as a whole. "I'm Garrett. You don't need to walk with me if you feel uncomfortable. Just thought I would offer. I can take down anyone who tries to hurt you, but can't arrest them," he explained. Since he seemed like a nice enough guy, I took him up on his offer. I couldn't ask him about the odd man I'd seen before, so I let him talk about his job for a few minutes until I was out of the park. I thought if we spoke enough, the topic would come up naturally. It didn't by the time I was on the other side. I thanked him by asking if he was going to be on the same shift tomorrow. He was. At least now there was someone to watch over me as I went on this goose chase of mine. In the next week, I took my path through the park with Garrett beside me. He kept warning me to stay on the bus, but I could also tell he wanted someone to chat with. It was a boring job after all. I didn't have class on the weekend, so I didn't see him for 2 days. The following Monday, I was a little shocked at what I saw when we met at the usual time. Garrett was a tall, built man. You needed to be for his line of work. He said he was in the military, but due to a leg injury, he needed to retire early. so it was a surprise to see him with a busted lip and a black eye. "Garrett, are you alright?" I asked my new friend. "Yeah, it's nothing. Some kids get rowdy over the weekend. Needed to break it up. They scattered, but I feel like they're bad news. It's better if you stay at the park for a few days. You hear?" I nodded, feeling a little upset that he got roughed up. Must have been a bunch of people to do it. My quest of trying to find a stranger should not put me in danger. For all I knew, I dreamed that man with a strange face. We walked and talked. Garrett was happy there was someone to listen to him speak after 2 days of being alone. "You'll stay away for a little bit, right?" he asked when we reached the other side of the park. "Yeah, for a few days, but you better be here when I get back," I was warned. He gave me another smile, and we went our separate ways. I fully planned on staying on the bus instead of cutting through for a while, and I did just that for 2 days. On the third, I was on the idling bus waiting for it to get going when I saw something going on at the entrance of the park. A group of high school students were cheering and walking into the start of the trail. It was nothing out of the ordinary. That was until I noticed some carried baseball bats. It took my mind a few moments to register they were not just coming home from practice. By the time I did, the bus had started to drive again. I rushed to the front of the bus, begging it to stop. The driver looked annoyed until I explained my theory. He agreed to call the police for me due to how worried I looked. The city buses always opened the doors when they stopped. The driver didn't have time to stop me from running out the door and towards the park. It wasn't the wisest idea. I still felt as if I could find Garrett before those kids. I wasn't about to leave my first real friend. My entire life, I kept my head down, not speaking much. I just found someone who liked a person that listened. I wasn't going to let that happen to him. I ran in the dark, chest hurting from not even doing a light jog in years. I heard the sounds of the kids cheering each other on, and I prayed I wasn't too late. I almost ran into one of them. They all stood in a circle, already finding my friend. He was tough, but against a pack of teens with weapons, I could tell a few of them were on the receiving end of his punches before they overpowered the single park security guard. I felt sick when I heard the bat crack against something. I didn't think I took so long finding them, and yet I was far too late. A boiling rage I've never felt before overtook me. I stepped away from the group before anyone noticed me. "Hey, shitbags! The cops are on the way, so you better fuck off!" I was a small college student. I may have a few years on these kids, but every single one of them were taller and stronger than me. Some turned their heads and laughed at my poor attempt at being intimidating. "Oh, then we better finish this up soon," one near the middle replied with a horrible laugh. He raised a bat to bring it down on my friend, hidden between them all. I stood, mouth open, unable to do anything. I couldn't even let out a scream to help my friend. By some miracle, he stopped. All of them did. Confusion plastered over their faces as they looked towards me. No, behind me. "Who the hell are—" one of the teens started, but stopping as his voice trailed off into a choking sound. I didn't turn around to see what they were all looking at. I watched all their faces turn from confused to pure horror. Faces pale, some gagged, and others choked. Their weapons clattered to the ground as each of their mental states disintegrated in front of me. A few stood completely silent and wide-eyed as blood started to come from their nose. As they collapsed to the ground, I could see Garrett curled up protecting his head. I wasn't sure how badly he was hurt. I wanted to go over to him, but first I needed to know what was behind me. I turned to face the man in the suit that led me into the park to start with. He stood under a light a step away from me. If he had eyes, he would be looking down on me. Instead of a face, there was nothing. Just a void of black. At first it was a simple void. Then the longer I looked at it, I started to see shapes shifting and twisting. Shapes no word has ever been created to describe. My head pounded, but I couldn't look away. I've never been so scared before in my life. I don't know how my heart didn't stop right then and there. The world shifted around me to make it feel like I was no longer standing still, as if everything was shaking and yet not at the same time. Out of the void, these colours and shapes not meant for human eyes came towards me endlessly. I was vaguely away from my own nose bleeding, and my fingers twitching from the horror that should not be a part of this world. Time had no meaning as that void of nothing, and yet everything stretched out before me. I looked for so long. I saw something I shouldn't have seen, a hint of this creature's real face. The smallest of glances of that face made my heart beat, and I was snapped out of my trance the void brought me into. My head hurt, and my nose was bleeding still, but besides that, I was fine compared to the teens behind me. The man had his hand in his pocket, and when I started to dab my nose on my sleeve, he reached out for me. Without being able to stop myself, I reached out and took his hand. The shapes and colours still swirled around the void of her face, making me dizzy, but I could stand it. I was feeling a stronger emotion than fear. I was still scared out of my wits, but light-headed from the sudden fluttering in my stomach. "Are you single?" I wanted to scream. All movement around the void stopped. The man looked stiff and somehow, without a face, embarrassed. I couldn't believe I just asked out a nightmare creature. What was wrong with me? No, really. What was wrong with my brain? Until that point in my life, I'd never experienced any sort of romantic love towards anyone. My mother always said I just needed to meet the right person. I fully accepted living alone. I didn't mind it. I was perfectly content doing my own thing until that moment. I wanted Garrett to be alright and to be my friend, and I desperately wanted to date this monster. He moved his head so he was looking at the group of traumatized teens and then back towards me. "Sarah ugly?" the man without a face asked. His voice sounded like clips of other voices making up a word. I felt my face flush as I nodded. Who knew being scared to death and love at first sight could happen at the same time? I mean, I know it's sudden, and it's fine if you aren't. I'm okay being friends or just hanging out and getting to know you. So I'm just going to get my friend to the hospital. What do you think about it? And I'll see you tomorrow night. I wanted to die for a few different reasons. I let go of the faceless man's hand to go over to my other friend. The man looked at his hand as if trying to figure out what just happened. Garrett was already waking up and trying to move. I told him to stay put and I called for help. When I looked back up, the faceless man was gone. Garrett would be in the hospital for a bit, but he was alive. He kept thanking me for saving him, even though I felt like I didn't do much. And he was also angry at me for rushing in to save him. I would never hear the end of how proud and disappointed he was in me. The cops gathered up the teens, and the last I heard, they blamed their mental damage on a bad batch of drugs. I didn't know if it was a cover-up job, or they just wanted to close the case. I was certain I would never really learn the truth. I kept my promise and went back to the park to meet the monster that saved us. After a few hours, I didn't think he would show up. When he did, I felt dizzy again looking into the void. I got thinking about why I was able to stand looking into his face and others couldn't. "Hang out?" he asked in his weird voice when he stopped in front of me. I felt my stomach flutter again, glad he was fine, with getting to know each other, and forgiving me for my outburst the other night. I decided then on why I could look at his face. Because I loved him more than I was afraid of him. That worried me. I knew if my feelings ever changed, it might turn out like those teenagers. The faceless man didn't appear to have any kind of malice behind his actions. He was just a little bit dangerous by existing. I was strangely enough perfectly fine with that. He didn't talk much. I started to show him some videos on my phone he appeared to enjoy. It was hard to tell with him. For now, I'm pretty happy with how things are. Just hanging out with the faceless man in the park until I'm ready to ask him if he wanted to take it further. I have a new next-door neighbour. I met him when I was waiting for the elevator in my apartment building. The building I live in is a rundown piece of crap. However, it was the only place I could afford. My apartment was on the 4th floor, and the elevator was broken more often than it worked. I was just getting back from the grocery store, arms full of bags, when I left the damn elevator was working, so I stood in front of it for at least 5 minutes, expecting the doors to open. My rage was about to boil over, and I raised a foot ready to kick the door in frustration. I was tired, arms sore, and I didn't want to take the stairs. I stopped because someone reached over to press the button, to get no response. I'd never seen him before. He was a head taller than myself and in good shape. His hair was neat and grey, even though he only looked 30 at the most. My building was full of poor families and some drug addicts. He looked as if he didn't belong. Well, in a way. He didn't look like he lived there, but he looked like the type of guy who came around looking for someone who owed money. I lowered my foot, taking a few steps away from him, not wanting to be too close. I knew my place in the food chain, and it was below him. He looked over at me when I moved, his grey eyes staring me down. I felt sweat start at the back of my neck from his intense gaze. I started to feel like I was going to puke from stress when he jerked a thumb at the still closed doors. Broken? He asked me. He had a hint of an accent I couldn't place. I let myself exhale a breath I didn't know I was holding. I nodded my head, still not ready to speak. He looked around the lobby and found the stairs. Because of so many break-ins, the landlord locked the stairway to the upper floors, but hadn't found a way to lock people out from accessing the apartment floors with the elevator if they got through the lobby first. With it being broken so often, he didn't need to bother. The man took out a key to open the stairway. To my surprise, he held the door open for me. I scurried along, carrying my heavy bags, trying to pass him as fast as possible. I went up the stairs first, but slowly, he should have been able to pass me without any trouble. The man stayed behind a few steps, and it stressed me out again. I was rather thankful he did. On the second flight of stairs, I felt the handle of my bag snap. I nearly dropped everything trying to catch it, and ended up falling backwards a step or two. Not only did the stranger catch me with one hand, he caught my carton of eggs with his other. I stammered out an apology as my bag of oranges broke and tumbled down the stairs. He looked like the type to get angry. Instead, he just shook his head and helped me back on my feet. Silly boy, I will help. That time, I caught a Russian accent when he spoke. One he was poorly trying to hide. The next few minutes, we both started to gather up the spilled oranges from the stairway. He tied the bag, but didn't hand it back to me. Silently, he was telling me he would carry the broken bag of food and my carton of eggs to my apartment, because I could not be trusted. My face was red from embarrassment. People never helped me out, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I just muttered out another thanks and let him follow me to the 4th floor. When I stopped in front of my door, he did a double take at the number. You here? I'm there, he said, pointing to the door next to mine. I knew my neighbour moved out last week. I didn't hear anyone move in since and wondered when he arrived. Oh, I didn't hear you move in, I commented, thinking I would at least have seen him before now if we lived next to each other. Not much to move. We stood looking at each other a bit awkward and both unsure of what else to say. Normally, I was more outgoing than this. For some reason, this man just threw me off. I opened my door and placed the bags down inside so I could accept the items he was still carrying for me. Tell me your name. It sounded like a demand, and I stuttered for a few seconds. Richie. I mentally kicked myself after I spoke. No one called me Richie. I had no idea why that came to mind. Not even my mother shortened my name. Nice to meet you, Mr. It was far too late to correct myself and tell him my name was really Richard. I just asked for his name instead. He froze, looking like a club bouncer who was about to toss out a drunk. I felt like I just made a big mistake. Clearing his throat, I flinched. Dmitri, he said finally. I had a feeling it was a fake name, just the first one that came to mind. With the kinds of people who lived in this building, I didn't blame him for not wanting anyone to know who he really was. I gave him a smile I hoped didn't look strained. Thank you for helping me, Mr. Dmitri. He was older than myself, but not that much older to call him Mr. He gave me a stiff nod and left me to go inside his apartment. I went back inside and mentally screamed the entire time I put my groceries away. I didn't have an explanation for why I was acting so weird around my next-door neighbour. There was just something off about him. I needed to put the weird feeling I got out of my mind. After all, he was nice enough to help me out. I should treat him a bit better the next time I see him. The strangeness with Dimitri kept going. The next day, I was awoken by a knock on my door. I never got visitors and was wary of who it could be. I almost stayed in bed and ignored the knocking, but my curiosity got the better of me. Keeping the chain on my door, I opened it enough to see my new neighbour waiting for me to open the door. I pushed down the stressed feeling in my guts and opened it a bit more. Is everything all right? I didn't have a clue what he could need me for. Maybe there was something wrong in his apartment and we couldn't get a hold of our landlord. Give me your work time, Dimitri demanded, and it made me confused on what he meant for a few seconds. After thinking, I realised he wanted my work schedule. I didn't have the set shifts, rather worked whatever they needed for me that week. It's on my phone. Do you want me to get your number and I can text you when I'll be at work? I asked. He nodded, and I went back inside to retrieve my phone. It looked like a cheap burner phone when he pulled it from his pocket so we could exchange numbers. After I sent the text, he nodded, looking my hours over. I suddenly regretted it. It looked like he was planning on using this information for nefarious purposes. I was really just overthinking. I work at home. Very loud. Only when you are not home. With that vague explanation, he left me standing in my PJs, door open, and trying to make sense of what he just said. Whatever he did for work, he didn't want to disturb me, but also didn't want me hearing anything. That would mean he was into some adult work, or something illegal. He looked more like the mob type, and I leaned more towards that. The first week, I didn't hear a peep from Dimitri's apartment. He was keeping to his promise of not disturbing me with whatever job this was. I saw brief glimpses of him when I was coming back home from work, and he was leaving his apartment. He always had a large bag over one shoulder and wore black leather gloves. I didn't see a motorcycle in the parking lot and wondered if he rode one. When we saw each other, he would give me a curt nod in acknowledgement. I thought that was how we would treat each other, not speaking and just giving a neighbourly nod. He did help me, but he also had a dangerous air about him. Even the addicts that hung around the front of the building gave him space when he walked near them. The second time we spoke was because he broke into my apartment. For a good reason that wasn't entirely my fault. I'm starting to wonder if I'm clumsy or just have bad luck. I put a bottle of aspirin on top of the fridge. While I was getting things out to start making dinner, I felt a headache slowly creep its way through my brain. I reached for the bottle of aspirins only to knock them over. It rolled further back and out of reach. Instead of finding my step stool, I climbed upon the kitchen counter, one arm resting my weight on the cupboard and the other reaching for the bottle. I heard a soft creaking the second everything came tumbling down. My shoddy cupboards were not nailed into the wall properly. Unable to support my weight, it came off the wall, smashing against my head and spilling its contents on the way down. I felt blood starting to pour from the cut in my forehead, and all the air was knocked from my lungs when I fell onto the floor, with the cupboard on top of my chest. Without any doubt, the crashing sound of plates and cup breaking would have been heard in the apartments next to mine. I needed to recover before worrying about apologising for the noise. I stayed down on the floor, head pounding for a while. I felt sick and dizzy from the pain. My cell phone on the counter was out of reach. I could only hope that the cut was minor. I couldn't afford a trip to the hospital. Richie? I looked up, the movement killing my head. Dimitri stood in my kitchen doorway, looking down at me. I locked my apartment, so how did he get in? I stopped speaking because the pain was so great. I really didn't need to explain what happened. It was pretty obvious. He bent over and pushed the cupboard off and crushed glass under his feet while he walked. He easily lifted me off the ground and helped me out of the room, avoiding broken shards on the floor. Using a dish towel, he cleaned some blood off my forehead and face. I was not in any state to stop him or even question what he was doing there. I would call the doctor, Dimitri said, and pulled his phone from his pocket. You look like a different one than before. I opened my mouth to protest, but one look from his steel grey eyes was enough to shut me up. I sat, holding a damp towel on my head as he spoke to a doctor on the other end of the phone. 10 minutes, he announced after he hung up the phone. How did you get in? I finally asked. Lockpick. He did look like the type to know how to pick locks. For the next 10 minutes, he was trying to keep me sitting down as he started to clean up the mess I made. Head wounds bleed a lot. It looked like a murder happened in my kitchen, and I felt like I would never get the blood out of my cheap tile flooring. The doctor arrived, and Dimitri let him in. The man pulled up a chair in front of me to get a look at my cut. He set down a bag on the table next to us. He looked like a doctor from the 1800s. His glasses were round, gold-rimmed. He was dressed in a vest with a button-up shirt underneath. His black hair styled perfectly back in the same way every man in the 1950s wore it. He took a penlight out from his bed, so at least his tools weren't old-fashioned. He shone it in my eyes and made me follow it. No brain damage, so that's good. Just a lot of blood and a minor cut. Dimitri could have dealt with this himself, but I suppose he wanted to make sure your brains weren't scrambled. The man introduced himself as Dr. Philo before sitting down and looking me over. His tone was stern, but somewhat fatherly. I'm sorry to bring you over here. I'm sure this is out of your way and I could have gone to the hospital, I said, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Making house calls is part of my job. A lot of my patients can't make it to my clinic for various reasons. I watched as he fully cleaned the cut and started to stitch it up without giving me any warning. It was only 3 stitches, but it still hurt. Noise came from the kitchen as Dimitri cleaned up the carnage that was once my dishes. He's an alright guy, even if he looks pretty scary. I kept talking, trying to distract myself from the pain. He doesn't look like the type to help out like this. I think he just doesn't want to move again. If you look past what kinds of people live in this area, then this place is pretty good. Cheap rent and close to everything you need, the doctor explained. When the cut was dealt with, he put his tools back into his leather bag. When the tools were put away, he took out a thermos and a box of cookies. I recognised the store name. I could never afford to buy anything from the bakery they came from. It was very popular and way beyond my budget. He poured a small cup of tea that smelled like flowers. I've never seen a kind of tea that smelled that sweet and was a pink colour before. Here, drink a little of this and eat something. I have a pill to help you with the pain, but you need to have something in your stomach first. My head did hurt, but it was manageable. I didn't want to give my brother extra medicine if I could help it. Trying to get some aspirin got me in the mess to start with. No, it's fine. It was not fine. Dr. Philo sat, glaring me down, with the thermos lid of tea still in his hand for me to take it. I realised how rude I was being. He brought very expensive tea and cookies, and I was refusing them. The cookies were the best I've ever had, and the tea was as sweet as it smelled, but not overpowering sweetness. I wanted to ask what brand, but I feared I would also be out of my budget. I sat sipping away, feeling a bit embarrassed again. I had 2 strangers in my apartment because I didn't just go and find something stable to stand on. I would need to think of something to do for Dimitri to thank him for this. When I finished a few cookies, the doctor gave me a pill to take. I should have been a bit more wary of taking pills from strangers. After all, I didn't actually know Dimitri. I trusted him and the doctor without a second thought. You're going to be asleep for a few hours. If you're working tomorrow, cancel your shift to rest. I'll write you a note if you need one. I opened my mouth to argue, but that was my last memory of that night. I woke up in the morning, head heavy, and very confused on how I'd got to bed. My bloody shirt was missing and I was wearing a clean one. I sat up, looking around, trying to recall anything from that night beyond talking with the doctor. When nothing came to mind, I walked out into the kitchen to see the damage. And saw nothing. Not even a speck of blood on the floor. New cupboards were installed on the walls, and I tried to shake them to see if they were fastened tight this time. I was still missing most of my plates and cups, but I wondered how I slept through someone coming inside the kitchen and replacing the cupboards. I called my boss, telling them I wouldn't be there that day. I felt fine though, not even a trace of a headache. It was the best sleep I've had in months. My boss told me someone already arranged for me to take the day off. He hung up and didn't elaborate further. My job was very against someone calling in for another person. You could be in a coma, but still expected to be the one calling in. I wonder what kind of strings Dimitri pulled to get me the day off. I didn't know when he worked and what times he was home. I went next door and knocked, hoping he would be in so I could thank him. I could have just sent him a text, but I felt as if it should be in person. The door opened and he looked down on me. His cold expression never changes. Thank you for helping me out. Did you ask the landlord to replace my cupboards? I said. No, I did. Woodworking is a hobby. Overnight, this man built an entire set of cupboards for a stranger. I tried taking a peek into his apartment. It looked like an identical I set up to mine. His hallway had plastic sheets covering the floor, which made sense because he was in the middle of painting. Near the doorway were splashes of dried brown stains along the baseboard he had yet to cover up. I was about to ask him about his renovation plans when he reached out and lightly touched the stitched-up cut on my forehead. This is going to scar. Oh, I said, adding nothing useful to the conversation. Oh. The second explanation was because I finally clued into why someone who looked so threatening went out of his way to help me out. My face flushed and I froze, trying to dismiss the thought. He was just a nice guy, that was all. I would be full of myself to ever think he was interested in me in any way beyond being a friendly neighbour. I stood, staring at him, looking like a deer in a pair of headlights. I'll make you dinner, as a thank you, I stuttered. Mentally, I was screaming at myself because I was making this entire exchange even more awkward. Dimitri kept his stone-cold expression on his face, not looking to notice my panic. Do you like dogs? The question was so out of the blue, it made me pause. Yes? I'll make you a dog. Go rest, I need to work. Without any further explanation, Dimitri went back inside his apartment and closed the door. I did pull him away from painting, so I didn't think of him suddenly ending the conversation as rude. Trying to think what his last statement meant would drive me crazy. I went back into my place, having a few things to think over. First, I needed to figure out what my next-door neighbour would eat. He didn't seem to be the type to be picky. The dog comments I figured out. He said woodworking was his hobby, so maybe he was going to make me a dog out of wood. But why? Just because he was extra material around? The last thought I was doing my best to push from my mind. I did everything not to think about it. It kept creeping at the edge of my thoughts, and I finally needed to admit defeat. I snapped while staring at pasta boiling in a pot, completely mortified over the idea my neighbour might like me. Like, really like me. I've never been interested in guys before. The problem was, I'd never been interested in girls either. I just assumed those feelings would come along when I saw the right woman. Never would have expected to find myself making dinner for my male neighbour. By the time I finished dinner and had it packed up to go next door, I came to terms with the facts. Dimitri might be romantically interested in me, or just a nice guy under his cold tone. In our short interactions, I had fallen for him and was very determined to not do anything about it. I chalked it up to me being just starved for attention. I lacked any friends, and due to some long dramatic family history, I was not in contact with any of them. In fact, I never really had any close friends. I might just be getting my signals crossed on how I felt due to lack of experience. I brought the still hot pasta over next door and knocked, feeling like I wanted to make a run for it. When the door opened again, I jumped. Unable to say anything, I held out the containers of food. Many thanks. I washed these. Bring back later, Dimitri said with a nod, taking them from me. He sounded as if he was trying his best to hide his accent, as if he didn't want me to know where he was from. They're just plastic. You can keep them if you want, I told him, with a shake of my head. I now had more plastic Tupperware than real dishes. I washed them. Here is a dog for you. Placing the containers on a table just inside the door, Dimitri picked up a small wooden figure. I held out my hand to take it from him. It was a goofy-looking pug carved from wood. Honestly, the detail to the wrinkles were impressive. I thanked him again and realised every time we met I always had something to thank him for. In his cold manner, he shooed me away. Go rest, I'll work. Again, the door was shut in my face without me minding in the slightest. The next few weeks, I made a habit of bringing dinner over to my neighbour, and on occasion, he made small dogs to add to my growing collection. Our exchanges were brief, and I didn't learn anything new about him, aside from the fact he was really slow at painting. Every time he opened the door to his apartment, I could see his floor still covered with plastic. My shifts at work became more regular. Instead of just coming in when needed, I had a set schedule. It meant I could budget my finances better. If I saved, I could move into a better area or town or closer to my job. I wasn't sure if I really wanted to move just yet, and decided to just keep saving money to think about it in the future. Feeding a second person wasn't really an issue, because it was just cheaper to buy food in bulk to start with. I was feeling getting into a routine, and my life finally felt like it was turning around after years of struggling. I made a friend, even if he was a bit strange and had a steady job. Things might have worked out fine if my job didn't give me a surprise day off. A pipe burst in the restaurant, so they needed to close over the weekend to fix it and get everything cleaned up. I never got Fridays off and was at a loss of what to do. Dimitri wasn't expecting me to be home or get dinner that night. I had enough rice to make a curry for two, so I decided to drop some regardless of whether he was expecting or not. I heard Dimitri's voice from outside, so I knew he was just getting home. I thought I heard another person. Just as I was putting the curry into a container to bring it over, I heard a loud thud from his place and I jumped. I strained listening, trying to figure out what the source of the sound was. I stood as still as possible, trying to hear something over my beating chest. The next sound was muffled, but I could have sworn I heard a scream. On reflex, I grabbed the containers of food. I rushed over, not even bothering to close my door. Outside of his apartment, I slipped in some liquid and my heart sank when I saw it looked like a lot of blood. I was in a panic when I noticed the door wasn't closed all the way. Dimitri looked as if he could handle himself, but all of these were bad signs. Without even thinking, I rushed inside his place, still holding the hot containers. My feet slipped again on the plastic covering the floors, but I froze when I saw what I just stumbled into. My brain would just not register what I was seeing for a few moments. I knew I was looking at Dimitri from his frame, but not by his face. I only saw it for a few seconds, but the images burned into my memory. His face was split open horizontally. Thousands of needle-like teeth along the slit of a mouth glimmered in the dim light of his apartment. His eyes warped and twisted from the monstrous face locked onto me. The terrifying mouth closed in seconds after we made eye contact. His face returned to normal, but with his mouth slightly open at a loss for words. The other person in the room looked equally as shocked. The other man was on his knees, Dimitri pulling his head back by his short hair to expose his neck with a large hunting knife to his throat. The knife was serrated and made for killing. Besides them, a different man was on the floor face down, fresh blood still pooling around him and over the plastic. "You don't work tonight?" Dimitri asked, breaking the silence. The man with the knife to his neck said nothing. His eyes wide and pleading, I couldn't bring myself to look at him for more than a few seconds. The smell of fresh blood was in the air, making me feel sick. The heat from the containers started to hurt my hands, but I didn't dare move. Knowing I couldn't answer his first question, Dimitri nodded his head towards the hot curry containers. "What have you got?" he slowly asked. "Curry. Enough for two." I normally gave him enough for 2 meals because he was a bigger guy than myself. I always assumed he ate more. Even while I spoke my mind, screamed at me to run. Then my kind neighbour just killed a man, and he was going to kill another if I hadn't stopped him. I dreaded that I was going to be next. I'd seen what happened and needed to be taken care of. All the hints I'd brushed off came crashing down in my mind. The sketchy door, how easy the cold, clean blood from my floor, the plastic sheets and never the smell of paint. How often he moved. Everything was staring at me in the face, but I was so desperate for a friend, I ignored all the red flags. I held back a noise of fear when Dimitri let go of the man and pushed him aside. In a few steps, he was in front of me, his tall figure looming. The knife was still in his hand, but pointed down. I knew if he wanted, he could kill me in a blink of an eye. I flinched, a small sound escaping me when it raised a hand and ran a thumb over where my stitches had been. Did not scar badly. Getting down on my level, he leaned over so his face was close to my own. I felt my muscles turn to stone as I looked into the steel grey eyes. Eyes of a killer looking me over, deciding my fate. My hands started to shake and I almost dropped the food. Dimitri placed a hand on top to steady the containers. I was so convinced I was going to die, I nearly passed out. Still friends? His voice was low and had a hint of worry in it. My heart was so loud I nearly didn't hear him. Friends? He wanted to know if I was still going to act friendly around him? I risked a look over his shoulder at the man who looked as scared as I was. I made my choice. I nodded. If I kept my mouth shut, I would live. After he nodded, he took the curry from my hands and stood up. You, table, we eat dinner. Richie, best to go back home. He didn't need to tell me twice. Without looking back, I turned on my heels and left. I made sure the door was fully closed behind me and kept my eyes straight, not looking down at the blood still in the hallway. I took off my now blood-stained socks and threw them in the trash without any hesitation. My cell phone sat on the counter. I looked on it, debating on what I wanted to do. I should call the cops. I witnessed a murder. My next neighbour killed someone. Without any doubt, he had done it before, and he would keep doing it unless he was arrested and stopped. I couldn't believe the supernatural aspect of what I saw. I could believe in murder, but not split-faced monsters. My hand hovered over the phone as I repeated the facts inside my head. I let out a yell of frustration and walked away from my phone. I paced around my apartment for hours. The portion of curry I saved for myself got cold in the stove. Every time I got close to calling the cops, I just couldn't bring myself to go through with it. After a while, I heard a knock on my door and all the fear came rushing back. It could only be one person. He knew I was home, so no sense in trying to hide from him. Cautiously, I opened my door. To my shock, the man who Dimitri was about to kill when I walked in was still alive. His face was bruised, but he was breathing. We wanted to thank you for dinner. My friend will be leaving. The man gave me a nod, his face pale and hands shaking it aside. Still friends? Dimitri asked you again. Still friends, I confirmed with a small nod. That was enough for him. He took the man by his arm and dragged him down the hallway. He was going to let him go free, or kill him somewhere else. It was a mystery. I would never know the answer. I never ended up calling the police or telling anyone what I saw. I saw Dimitri a few times in the hallway in passing, but face looked strained. He knew I wasn't going to get him arrested. It was far too late by now. He would have covered his tracks, and I doubted the cops would take me seriously. Any normal person would have done the right thing and gone to the cops right away. I felt pretty guilty for not doing so. Instead of moving or suggesting to Dimitri that he should leave, I did something I don't regret. I brought over another meal for him. His face was a bit shocked to see me knocking on his door with a smile on my face and food in my hands. We were still friends after all, and I was going to treat him almost the same as I did before. Gathering up the courage, I offered him the food and asked for something I'd wanted for a while. Do you want to eat together? He nodded his head, this time the one being unsure of what to say. My neighbour is a killer, and well, something not human if those few seconds of memories are real. But oddly enough, I really don't mind. I've been pretty lonely for years, and eating a meal with someone is something I desperately want. Murderer or not, human or not. At least he was nice enough to sit and eat with me as I talked about my day. When I was younger, something happened that made me fear thunderstorms, even into adulthood. Something that my parents are certain was a dream. But with the rash of missing pets and now 2 children, I feel as if I should write that down to warn people, even if no one believes me. I was around 10, and my family pooled money together to rent a cabin by the lake. All my aunts and uncles and cousins shared it. It was rather crowded, but I really didn't mind. At first, it was the best 2 weeks of my life. We could just run down into the lake whenever we wanted. We went fishing from the docks, but for some reason, my favourite pastime was collecting freshwater mussels. I wasn't sure of the type of mussels, but the locals hated them. Apparently, they were a new invasive species and did a great deal of ecological damage. So, they encouraged us kids to pull them from the lake in buckets. Every day, we collected them from the little lake beach we had in front of the cabin. The mussel shells would cut our feet if we stepped on them, running into the lake. We dumped them into a plastic kiddie pool that had crack in it that no one had gotten around to throwing away. One of the adults must have been tossing them away when they got dried out, because every morning the kiddie pool was either empty or almost empty. That's how I spent my 2-week vacation with my cousins. We ran about in the way only children could, screaming and causing problems. We ate nothing but junk food, and at night, being so tired from our daily chaos, we slept the moment the sun went down. I had wished my entire life could be just that, napping whenever and eating whenever. No homework or any kind of responsibilities, but all good things come to an end. The night before we were set to leave, my cousins thought it was a good idea to let me watch my first horror movie beyond a PG-13 rating. It was some slasher film I still haven't found the name of. Low budget and poorly made. But when you're young, everything is real to me. The slasher was killing people in the woods in the movie, and our cabin was surrounded by woods. For the rest of the day, I refused to look at the trees, fearing I would see a dark figure of a man holding a bloody knife, waiting for me and my family. My mother was angry at us for watching such a movie, but in a way glad for it. Some pets had gone missing, and on the other side of the lake, a little girl had gone missing the first week we arrived. It was something she didn't tell us until years later, but she thought if we were scared of the woods, we wouldn't go out at night. At least not until they found out what that wild animal was responsible for the missing pet and the girl. I was in bed sharing a room with my cousin, who was dead asleep. The fear of the slasher in the woods and the fear of having to go home the next day kept me awake. No matter how hard I tried to sleep, I just couldn't. The hours passed and I finally gave up. It was muggy in the room and I kicked off my thin sheets and went to the window to crack it open and get some fresh air. We kept it closed because the screen had fallen out and there was nothing to keep the bugs out. I thought a few minutes wouldn't do much harm. I looked out, shuddering at the sight of the trees in the dark. Low rumbling in the distance signaled a storm coming. My mother did say it would storm and cool down for tomorrow. The rain might help with the muggy heat, but sometimes it just gets muggier after a storm. I sighed, feeling a slight breeze on my face. I didn't want to go back home. I wanted to stay at the cabin, slasher killer in the forest and all. I was about to close the window when another breeze came. A stronger one, carrying a ghastly smell. A rotting fish smell. The first day there we caught a fish. A small one on a rocky edge of the lake. We tried to release it back into the lake, but it jumped out of my cousin's hand, and between rocks we couldn't reach. The sight was funny at first, but the third day, the stench was so bad, we didn't go fishing there again. It was like that smell, but as if 100 fish had died. My toes almost curled from the smell. It was a wonder my cousin didn't wake up from the stench drifting up. After the smell came the sound, a soft crunching, a sound that made my skin prickle in fear. I'd never heard anything like it before. Maybe like how a dog chews away on a bone. Teeth on something hard, biting and chewing away. It scared me, sure, but it was so weird I had to look down and around trying to figure out what on earth was going on. That was when I saw it. Under the windows was our kiddie pool we had filled up with mussels one last time. A dark figure I couldn't make out, hunched over the pile, grabbing at the mussels, then shoving them to its mouth. It was so dark, I could only make it out as some sort of looked human-shaped, and it looked wet. I leaned out the window a little more, trying to get a better look. Whoever it was must have heard me, and its head turned around mid-grab to stare up at me. Thunder rumbled louder as I stared down at the face of a monster. Yellow eyes glowed in dark, empty-looking eye sockets. Face so dark and black I couldn't make out the features, but I could make out the rows and rows of teeth when it opened its mouth to shove another handful of muscles in and crunched away at them. I froze, unable to believe what I was seeing. It didn't seem real. A slasher killer was believable because that was just a person stalking others in the dark. I'd never believed in monsters or ghouls. Even at the gullible age I was oddly grown up when it came to such subjects. And yet, I was looking down at a monster. It stared at me, never breaking eye contact. While still looking up at me and its mouth wide and smiling, it started to walk towards the cabin. It was on the second floor, and our first floor doors locked. If it got inside, my uncle and aunt had camped out in the living room for the night. They could stop it, or at least slow it down if it got inside the cabin. I felt safe for a few seconds, listening to wet footsteps from the ground below. But that feeling faded when the creature reached a webbed clawed hand into the cabin and started to pull itself up. Yellow eyes still staring, teeth still smiling. So slowly, it crept closer to me, climbing the side of the cabin. Each time its hand hit the side of the cabin to pull itself up, I could hear a sickening wet slapping. I should have screamed. I should have woken up my cousin. I should have just shut the window, but my body had just shut down. I couldn't move. I could only watch as the thing got closer and listen to the rumbles of thunder threatening a storm. The smell was getting worse as it crept ever closer. My heart was beating so fast, I started to get dizzy and my vision started to fade. I willed myself to move from the window, but nothing of myself would move. I couldn't pull myself away from the sight. As the creature climbed, I could hear it. It was making a sound that haunted my nightmares ever since. A low, excited exhale of breath. Closer it got until it wanted. I could reach out and touch it. I could make out its face a bit better. It was flat and as dark as the night, no nose to speak of, just those horrible eyes and teeth. I felt the clawed hands come into the window sill right next to mine. The fish smell almost overpowered the rest of my senses, but I could still hear that awful sound as it opened its mouth right in front of my face. I was staring down, directly down its throat, ready to have my face bitten off by those countless teeth. A crash of thunder shook the cabin. It was so sudden, I was snapped out of my trance. I screamed and fell back as the world went white, blinding my vision. I grabbed the window and slammed it down, finding no clawed hands on the sill. I still saw the top of the creature's head, but it didn't stick around. I ran screaming from the room, and right next door, banging on it, begging someone to come and save me. Soon, the entire cabin was awake, and I just sat in the hallway sobbing about a monster. No one took me seriously. My cousin was very upset I had woken up. Everyone blamed the storm for suddenly scaring me awake or giving me nightmares. I still refused to go back to that room. I stayed in the living room with my aunt and uncle. I almost settled down after they blocked all the doors with chairs. At least they were humouring me that much. I was so stressed out, I didn't even think about the first floor windows. For the rest of the night, I stayed awake, listening to the storm, but I swore between the thunder I heard the excited sound. I never really spoke about this to my family. I went about my life, but any time a storm rolls in, I'm forced to relieve those few minutes. I've kept an eye on the news in the area where the cabin is. It's been pretty normal until recently. Now, a boy and girl are missing. I have a feeling more are going to go missing if someone doesn't do something. I have money saved, so I decided to go back to that area. I can't rent the same cabin we stayed in, but I'm going back to the lake to see if I can find anything. I don't know why that monster didn't eat me that night. Maybe it was so full I wasn't worth the trouble. But if I can't do anything to protect this area, please lock your doors. Keep your windows shut and pets inside. And if you hear strange noises outside, don't look. I'm 16 years old, and I've lived in the same neighbourhood since I was around 6 or 7. It's a nice place. There isn't really a problem with the neighbours, and we all get along, but where we live, there's like 5 houses, 3 in a row, and 2 across, just behind the ones across. and it's an abandoned place. There's 2 small buildings, they both seem to be burned down, and they have been like that even before we moved there. No one really lives there. There's like a wood fence, I don't know what it's called, and it has holes on the bottom, and for some reason, no dog likes to cross over to the side. And if they do, at night, you can hear them barking as if asking for help. And if they come back, they most of the time aren't the same. When I was around 10, my mom's friend lived on one of the houses that were across, and she had kids around our age, my siblings and I, and we got along very well. One night, we were on a trampoline. It was my younger brother, 8 at the time, my younger sister, 6 at the time, and one of my mom's friend's daughters, 9 at the time. And we were alone since our parents had gone out to a bar and had left us with my older sister, an oldest daughter of my mom's friend. They were both the same age, 16. Well, we were tossing around a ball when one of us threw it too hard and it went to the other side. And since it was dark, none of us dared to go to get it. But as kids, we were like, oh, I bet you won't ask if there's anyone, can we have the ball back? And eventually one of us did after a while of waiting. We decided to just go inside when we were all at the staircase. We heard a noise, but the front light wasn't very bright and we didn't see anything until it got close to us. We saw the ball. Yes. That same one that went to the other side. We had no idea of what to do, so we ran inside and decided not to tell anyone anything, thinking they would make fun of us. Well, as the years went by, none of us told anyone until I was around 12 and my mom's friend had moved. We told our cousin and some of my brother's friends about that place and how we sometimes would see a shadow running around, even though no one dared to go in there. Well, at the time, we also had new neighbours who had a kid around my age and became our friend. Their house was right in front of a big opening to the other side, so one day we planned to go to the other side. Keep in mind, that was the first time in there, so we had no idea on what to expect. Well, at that time, it was my cousin, my brother, my brother's friends, my brother's friend's brother, and our neighbour's friend. My cousin and I were the only girls and the rest were guys, so they decided to go in first. There was this building that was made out of cement bricks that was half destroyed and in pieces, and the other half just seemed very old. There were so many toys, some in bags and some just there. Behind it, it was just empty. Old grass and nothing else, but what seemed to be toilet paper all over the dead plants. In front, there was a small room, also made of cement, but this one had windows and was yellow. It was more of a small house with 2 rooms. One of the windows was broken, but there were 3. The other 2 were untouched. Everyone except me decided to go and explore deep inside the place and the houses. I decided to stay near the entrance to our neighbourhood. I was just walking around trying not to go in too far, when I suddenly noticed something on the floor, and I reached out to it. I was surprised by what it was. It was a picture of what seemed like a family. It was a very pretty lady, a little girl and a man. And in the background, you could see this exact same place, just not destroyed. The picture seemed very old, and it was all folded with marks. I called over the guys and my cousin, and when they came, I showed them the picture. We just stared at it for a while when we realised that it was in the back of the lady, there was a figure, like a man or a shadow. And for some reason, when I saw it, I dropped the picture, and to this day, I don't remember very well. But for some reason, something tells me that I dropped it because I felt it burn. And something tells me that if that's true, it may be because that was how the place got destroyed. As if I'd been there, but I'm not too sure, but going back. When I dropped the photo, we heard a noise of a glass that had been shattered, and of course, there was only one place that had glass, which was the yellow house. My brother and friend ran into it and screamed. Our reaction was to go and check on them. When we got there, we ran without looking back. We went to my house. Turns out that we got there, one of the 2 windows was broken, and on the floor there was something written, "Get out of here." And it was written with what seemed like blood. After that time, we never dared to go back in, but even to this day, we still see and hear things. Like one time when it was dark, my older brother and I were outside waiting for his girlfriend. There was no one in the home, but the rest were over at my aunt's house, and suddenly we heard a scream so similar to my younger brother's voice coming from that place. But at that time, he was in Mexico. Truth is, ever since we decided to go into that place, things felt very different now. 4 years later, I still wonder about this picture, and I know my story sounded so unreal. Sometimes when we talk about it, even we can't believe it. But we were there. Okay, if you sleep in room A and you can see the stairs and the door of room C, one day my mom saw a man figure that looked at her and then went downstairs. She couldn't say anything at the moment, but then she thought it was a boy that my sister and I sneaked. She goes to our rooms. I was in room B and my sister was in room C, but we were sleeping. Later one day I was alone in the house. We had a dog and he started barking at room C, so I went there and saw nothing. It was in daylight. Then by this time, because this thing does not have a pattern, my brother moved to room C, which was empty since my sister moved out. He moved there with his wife and baby for a few months. One day, they were chatting in the living room downstairs and just listened to the monitor of the baby. Just sound, no image. That one of the toys turned on. The kind of toys that you move and lights and sounds turn on. So they go upstairs and see that the baby is still sleeping, and the toy is not even needed, the baby. Also, I need to clarify that a lot of people, I have 2 brothers and 1 sister, have been living there for a few weeks or months with their partners and kids. It's not a big house, but we have a lot of space. Till this moment, I haven't really seen the thing. One day, I was in the TV room. If you sit there, you can see the beginning of the stairs and part of the kitchen. In a house very open with everything connected with no doors, so the first floor is a big thing with few separations. Okay, so I was there watching TV, and then I saw someone coming down the stairs and going into the kitchen. I waited to see the light of the kitchen turn on or see someone crossing the kitchen, but no one was there. This is the first time I saw it with my own eyes. At this time, I had this boyfriend coming over. He was helping me cook something, and I was in the TV room choosing something to watch, and he says, "I saw you." And I was like, "Not in the kitchen." So I went there and asked what he was talking about. So he explained to me that he saw someone walking behind him exactly in the path that I saw this thing walking. It's the same every time. End of the stairs, walks down, and then to the kitchen. Later, a cousin of my sister-in-law was visiting the city, so she came over and refused to sleep in the house because she stated that there was something there. These stories took place from 2005 to 2015, but again in 2020 and 2021, when COVID was in the strongest phase. My dad got sick, and by this time at the house, only my parents, myself, and my daughter lived there. Since he was really sick, attached to oxygen, my mom and he slept in the TV room. One night, both of them saw this thing, this figure, walking the same path I saw before. This ghost, spirit thing has never hurt us, but it doesn't have a pattern. But it looks like the Hat Man and is shadow-like. Brian Kendall worked as a carpenter in Baltimore, Maryland, and lived there along with his wife and 2 kids. As the buzzy city life did not suit the family well, they decided to move back to the state of West Virginia, which was the place Brian and his wife Belinda grew up. After doing a thorough search, Brian stumbled upon a house in Slanesville, West Virginia. The house was an isolated single-story house present in the middle of the woods. The family liked the house and the solitude it brought with it and ended up moving into it in 1991. To protect the house, Brian brought an adorable black Labrador retriever and named her Coco. Coco slowly became a part of the family because of her friendliness, and she protected the kids ferociously. After moving into the new house, Belinda decided to invite her brother and his family and throw them a party. Belinda's brother had a small girl named Jordan, who had her birthday just a few days back, and Belinda decided to throw her a surprise birthday party. So, her brother's family reached the house and the surprise birthday party commenced. After the cake cutting, the adults went to the kitchen to have coffee, and the kids were playing in the living room. As they kept sipping on the coffee, they noticed something unnatural happen right in front of their eyes. They saw a helium balloon slowly descend from the ceiling with a stiffened thread. It appeared as if someone was pulling the balloon down, but they were not able to see anyone at the end of its thread. This balloon slowly drifted across the room until its thread reached Jordan. The balloon immediately caught Jordan's resistance, and Jordan turned around and said, "Thank you," looking at an empty space. She reached out, trying to hold the balloon, and when she almost got hold of the balloon, it ascended back onto the ceiling. Jordan got hold of the balloon's thread and continued playing like nothing happened. Belinda and the other adults were startled by this event and asked Jordan whom she thanked while getting hold of the balloon. The 3-year-old pointed to an empty corner and told them it was him. Although petrified, they convinced themselves saying that there was a leak in the balloon, and that made it drift across the room. And the invisible man that Jordan pointed to was her imaginary friend, which was pretty normal for the children of her age. But deep down, they knew that something unexplainable was behind this event. A few days later, Brian's daughter Blair asked him if he could accompany her for a walk through the forest on the backside of the property. Brian readily agreed, and along with his daughter, walked into the thick forest. After a few minutes of walking, the duo stumbled upon an odd sight. They saw a burnt vehicle right in the middle of the forest. It appeared someone had intentionally put the vehicle on fire sometime before. The vehicle was completely charred and it emitted an uncanny vibe. Brian asked Blair to stand back and walk towards this vehicle to get a closer look. The burnt vehicle was filled with burnt kids' toys and a half-burnt spring mattress. Brian loitered around the van trying to find a path for the vehicle to have moved in, but he was not able to find any. The strangeness started to get on his nerves, and Brian decided he had to leave the place at once. On returning home, Brian informed Belinda about the vehicle, hoping to get a rational explanation, but upon hearing this, she was as confused as Brian. Brian was still working in Maryland, and this meant he had to travel multiple hours every day. This was extremely tiring, and Brian was not even getting enough sleep due to the number of hours lost in travel. After doing it for 2 months, Brian concluded that commuting so many hours was not working well, and he decided to stay at his mom's house in Maryland during the weekdays to work. Thus, the next Monday, Brian drove to Maryland for his work and stayed at his mom's house until Friday for work, and then returned to Slanesville on the evening of Friday to stay with his family. Seeing this was better, Brian made this a routine, but this meant that Belinda had to stay alone at the house during the work days without a car. Belinda was used to being alone in a house in the middle of a forest since her childhood, and she was not bothered much by this. But this separation was new to the kids, and they were finding it hard to cope. With Blair constantly asking Belinda to spend a night at the RV camper, she decided to let her camp for a night to get her used to their new life. So, that night, Belinda sent Blair along with Coco into the camper, locked the door, asked her not to open the door again, and left back to the house. The camper had 2 windows, one big one with curtains on Blair's right and one small one on the door to the left. After gazing at the forest for some time through the window on her right, Blair turned off the lantern and went to sleep. Her slumber did not last long, as a couple of hours later, she was woken up by Coco's strange behaviour. Coco was barking, looking at the window on the door, and acting as if she was petrified by something. As Blair looked through this window with her sleepy eyes, she noticed a figure move past the door. She thought that it was her mother who turned up to check on her, but Coco just didn't calm down, and now she was looking at the bigger window while barking. To make sure it was her mom, Blair walked out of the camper, but she couldn't find anyone around the camper. Also, all the lights of the house were turned off, and it appeared as if the figure that had passed the door previously was not her mom. Blair was creeped out by this, and shut the door after running back into the camper. While Coco was about to get back on the bed, Coco started to act as if someone was standing near the window, covered with curtains. So, Blair slowly walked towards this window, pulled away the curtains, and anxiously peeked through it to see what was bothering Coco. The moment she laid her eyes on the bare window, she saw a silhouette of a man on the window and appeared to be staring at her. Blair jumped right back onto the bed leaving the curtains and covered herself in the covers in horror. Eventually, she fell asleep. While Blair was going through this in the camper, her younger brother Sean was going through something similar. After locking the door of the camper, Belinda returned home and put Sean to sleep. Sean was a 3-year-old who never woke up in the middle of the night after being put to sleep, but that day, he walked up to Belinda's room claiming that there was a monster looking at him through the window in his room. Since their house only had 1 floor, Belinda thought that he was getting scared by seeing a wild animal loiter around and put him back to sleep. But he kept coming back to her room complaining of this monster, and the cycle continued. Little did Belinda know that it was not an animal, but something more paranormal. The next morning, Blair was relieved to find herself safe after the previous night's events. After waking up, she immediately rushed out of the camper and ran back to her house. While having breakfast, Belinda asked Blair about her camping experience, and Blair just told her that she did not like camping and did not want to do it again. With Blair blatantly shutting down her questions, Belinda stopped asking about the previous night. The remainder of the day went normally, and when it was time for bed, Belinda put Blair and Sean to sleep in their rooms and went to her room to fall asleep. That night, Belinda was woken up by a strange dream. In her dream, she saw a boy running away from the foot of her bed, and she saw him run out of the house. When she tried following him, she walked into never-ending lines of white clothes. She suddenly felt something on her foot and stopped. When she bent down to see what it was, she saw a clothespin stuck on her bare foot. Although not a scary nightmare, she woke up from her sleep and, realizing it was just a dream, went back to sleep. The next morning, she was folding the blankets and making her bed. She saw a clothespin near the front of the bed. She was shocked and confused, as the family did not own any clothespins. Belinda was not able to find a logical explanation for how it ended up being there. From sleepwalking to being controlled in her sleep, multiple thoughts kept running through her mind. Not being able to arrive at an answer, Belinda called her sister, asking for help. Hearing what she told, Belinda's sister told Belinda that the story of the house and her routine was starting to get the better of her, and offered to visit her house to give her a little time for herself. So, after her sister arrived at her house, Belinda left her kids under her care and walked into the forest behind the house to explore it. After taking a few steps, she stumbled upon a burial site with 4 small headstones. The headstones did not have any details on them, but their size and the spacing between them suggested that these could have been children. Creeped out by how close this site was to her property, Belinda immediately rushed back to her house. A couple of days later, Blair woke up without a reason in the middle of the night and found the curtains on a window pulled over. Since the incident in the camper, she felt uncomfortable leaving the windows uncovered, so she covered the window in her room with a curtain, and she was not able to understand how it was uncovered. Despite the confusion, she decided to cover the window before going to sleep. While she was about to cover the window, she saw the same figure she had seen a few days back, standing near the tree line of the woods around the house. As she kept staring at the figure, it slowly started moving towards her, and within a few moments, it started to run towards her. Blair ran away from the window and crawled under a cupboard in fear. At the same time, Coco was in Belinda's room, stared, barking and acting weird. After Belinda's best efforts to calm Coco down didn't work, she decided to take her out of the house for a walk. The moment she opened the room door, Coco ran towards Blair's room and became calm. When Belinda followed her, she found her petrified daughter covering herself under a cupboard in the room. When she asked her daughter what frightened her so much, she told her about the figure she saw through the window. Similar to what she told Sean, she told her that it could have been a wild animal and put her to sleep. After making sure she was asleep, Belinda and Coco went back to Belinda's room and she fell asleep. A couple of hours later, Belinda felt like someone was tapping on the back of her head. Without even opening her eyes, she thought that it was one of her kids and told them not to worry and go back to sleep. After her words, the tapping sound stopped, But a few moments later, she felt the taps on her head yet again, and this time Coco stood up on the bed and started barking in the direction from where she felt the taps. Belinda was completely caught off guard when she opened her eyes and saw no one nearby. She initially thought that one of her kids should have tapped on her head and walked away, but when she saw them sound asleep in their rooms, Belinda understood that her assumptions were wrong. Belinda was extremely scared by the events of that night and decided to spend some time away from the house. So the next day, Belinda called her mom asking for her car, since the only car in the house was taken by Brian for work. When her mom dropped off a car at the house, she locked up Coco in her outdoor cage and left the house with her kids to buy some things for them. After driving for a few minutes, Belinda noticed that the car had very little fuel and stopped at a nearby gas station to refuel it. While refueling, she met a friendly local woman at the fuel station, and the women started a general conversation. This woman was a long-time resident of the town, and she asked Belinda where she lived. When Belinda told her the address of her house, the woman immediately asked her if she knew the history of the property. When Belinda said that she didn't know, this woman told her that an innocent family was previously burnt to death on her property. When Belinda heard it, she wasn't scared but felt bad for the family. She felt that if her house was really haunted by this family, no harm would be caused to her and her family by them. When she and her kids returned back home after finishing their work, they found Coco's cage empty. It was perfectly locked too, but Coco wasn't there. Only Belinda had the keys to the cage, and she wasn't able to understand how she went missing. The family were never able to find Coco again. A couple of days later, Belinda had the same strange dream she had a few days before, but this time she was able to walk past the clothes on the clothesline and reach a clearing. On the clearing, she saw a boy approximately the age of Sean standing in fear. He anxiously looked to his left as a dark figure of a man walked past the clothes. This dark figure stared at the boy with its emotionless face and started running towards Belinda. Belinda immediately woke up from her sleep drenched in her own sweat. And the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Sean shout from his room. When she rushed to his room to see what caused the shouts, she saw him lying on the floor with one of his arms twisted to his side. They rushed him to a hospital, and it was figured out that he had multiple fractures in his arm. When Belinda asked him what caused the injury, he replied, "The monster did it." 3 days later, Belinda took Sean along with her in her mom's car for a doctor's checkup. On the way back, their car broke down in the middle of the road, and one woman who passed by them offered to drop them at the house. Belinda accepted her help and got into the car. As Belinda guided her towards the house, the face of the woman turned pale. When she asked Belinda, "Do you know the history of your house?" Belinda responded saying that she knew about the burnt family. The woman immediately told her that one other previous occupant of the house was burnt to death by the locals of the town. She explained it to her by saying that the previous occupant of the house was abusing and torturing children to death in their house. The locals grew suspicious of him, and since they were not able to find any evidence to support their claims, they burnt him to death. His body was never found after. This story seemed to justify the figure that the kids were seeing and the figure that Belinda saw in her dreams. Belinda immediately convinced her husband and the family vacated the house in fear. Damodar, an extremely intelligent and friendly 10-year-old boy, was adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Ketkar just after his 4th birthday in May 1923. He gelled well with his new family and quickly became one of them. He was living the life any poor orphan would dream of until his 15-year-old biological elder brother named Krishna joined them in the summer of 1927. When Dr. Ketkar found Krishna, he was completely malnourished and lived in extremely bad conditions. Dr. Ketkar figured out that he was being exploited and overworked in a tea shop, and he arranged for Krishna to be put under the care of a clerk while attending school. This setup seemed to be successful for the first year, but things would take an awkward turn from then on onwards. On the very first day of his second year at school, while Krishna was walking on a corridor with a shovel in his hand, he suddenly blacked out. The very next moment, he found himself standing in a completely different spot with the shovel in his hand. Krishna was not able to comprehend what was going on around him and decided to seek the help of the clerk who was taking care of him. The clerk, however, did not take him seriously, thinking that the boy was joking. But as he kept telling him about the way he was getting teleported, he slowly started to believe him. Within a few weeks after this incident, the clerk reached out to Dr. Ketkar and asked him to take Krishna off his custody, as he felt that the paranormal events were happening around the boy. Thus, feeling bad for the traumatized kid, Dr. Ketkar decided to take him under his wing and took him to his house. Dr. Ketkar's house was being inhabited by him, his wife, his sister-in-law named Cohen, and Damodar before Krishna moved in, and after he moved into the house. Dr. Ketkar's wife and sister-in-law started taking care of him on the basis of a repetitive schedule. The sisters initially thought that the creepiness that surrounded Krishna was because of his sleepwalking, but they would soon understand that their assumptions were wrong. One night in August 1927, while Cohen was observing Krishna sleep, she saw a 16-inch long mirror get thrown off the wall above him. However, instead of crashing down, the mirror landed slowly, as if something invisible was slowly placing it down. Cohen rushed to make sure that it was an accident, and that the thread that connected the mirror to a nail must have worn off, but when she gave it a closer look, she noticed that the thread was completely intact, and the nail was still firmly present on the wall. This indicated that the mirror was intentionally removed from the nail on the wall. But Cohen and Krishna were the only ones in the room where Cohen was watching it happen, and Krishna was sound asleep throughout the incident. A couple of nights later, Cohen saw a heavy paperweight slowly descend through thin air and gently land on a glass table without any commotion. Even this time, the kid was fast asleep when this happened. The same week, the family were woken up by a deafening banging sound, and it seemed to be coming from the room in which Krishna was sleeping. When they rushed to his room to see what caused the sound, they saw Krishna unconscious on the floor with the heavy wooden table he was sleeping on being turned 45 degrees towards him. He was surrounded by deranged furniture, books and apparel. When Dr. Ketkar brought Krishna to his senses, he told Ketkar that something had thrown him off the bed, and the impact he had while hitting the floor made him go unconscious. By the end of 1927, the story of the eerie events surrounding Krishna spread across his neighbourhood, and the skeptical neighbours who thought that it was a hoax started asking him to stay with them during the nights. But these stays would not last for more than a couple of days, as the strangeness around him was too much for them. Things used to disappear around Krishna in broad daylight, only to reappear at a completely different spot later. Also, coins used to sporadically fall out of thin air. In early 1928, the activities that surrounded Krishna started happening around his younger brother, Damodar. One day, while Miss Cohen was enjoying her breakfast, sitting at the dining table, Damodar's ball came rolling from the dark hallway with extreme force and hit her hard on her ankle, injuring her. Just a few days after this incident, his closet burst open and one of his toys flew past him and Miss Cohen with extreme force as if someone was trying to hurt them. Although creepy, these events did not cause any major harm, but things escalated the very next day. The next day onwards, every time Damodar tried to eat or drink something invisible forcibly pulled them off him. No matter how hard he tried to grasp these things, they still kept flying away from him. This went on for over 7 days, and the poor boy was left completely dehydrated and drained of energy. Also, he was chased by something that threw his own toys at him with great force, and it appeared as if this invisible entity was hell-bent on harming him. Trying to find a solution, Dr. Ketkar dug deep into the brothers' origins, and his research revealed that losing their life to an unknown entity was not new to the brothers' family. Damodar's mother used to see phantoms and experience extreme paranormal activities around her. This led her deep into a depression, and she ended up killing herself by lighting herself on fire. A few months after this, her eldest son started seeing the phantoms his mother saw, and no matter how hard he tried, his guardian never believed him. With the paranormal events getting worse every day, and him not getting any sort of help, the 9-year-old decided to kill himself instead of living with the trauma. Ever since then, Krishna inherited the demons from his family's roots and started having sporadic, unexplainable events which became a constant after his first teleportation experience. Strangely, with his brother still alive, this obscure entity started to traumatize Damodar. On 12th of August 1928, Mrs. Ketcar saw the entities that were haunting her adopted sons for the first time. She was woken up in the middle of the night by extensive whispers, and the moment she opened her eyes, she saw two huge shadowy figures staring right at her, with their emotionless faces. These figures appeared into thin air after making a few nonsensical whispers. From the next day onwards, Damodar started seeing those figures follow him from the moment he opened his eyes till he closed his eyes. He said that these figures had terrifying faces and they whispered terrible things in his ears. With time, Damodar started feeling hard pushes on his back while he stood near the stairs, and he had to literally sit down to save himself. These pushes slowly evolved into getting thrown and levitated. These events were affecting the mental health of the kid, and he started to get depressed just like his biological mom. Damodar was always frightened, grew extremely pale, and started having issues with his physical health as well. They got so bad that one day, his pulse was almost gone, and a doctor had to be called to revive him. The doctors, despite multiple checkups, were not able to find any underlying cause, as Damodar appeared to be completely healthy, both mentally and physically. Multiple exorcisms were performed on the kid, but it only made things worse. In August 1929, the entity grew even more violent as thick bite marks filled with thick, bubbly saliva started appearing on Damodar's neck, legs, and hands. He was also brutally scratched by the entity, which left his body covered with horrific, bloody scratch marks. Damodar's baby sister, who was also adopted by the family just a few months back, was strangled by this entity with her own hair and almost died. A couple of more exorcisms were performed, but nothing seemed to help the boy, nor find what had latched itself to him. There were multiple claims made by the exorcists, but they remained just claims. The story of this terrible haunting appeared in the 1930 issue of the American Society of Physical Research, and what happened to Damodar and his siblings after that remains a mystery. After working at NASA as a robotics engineer for 15 years, Bill Vale quit his job in 2002 after divorcing his wife and moved back to Arlington, Texas to be with his brother. To have a fresh start in his life, he started working in his brother's water purification company. Just a few weeks after he joined his brother's company, Bill had to take up a Saturday house call to make a good impression on his co-workers. Bill's work was to demonstrate the installation and usage of the company's water purification system in the customer's house. When he was about to leave for the customer's house, the dispatcher told him that the customer was adamant about him reaching her place at exactly 5 o'clock. She wanted to make sure that he did not arrive a minute early or late. Although it sounded weird to him, Bill obliged. When he reached the customer's doorstep at exactly 5 o'clock, Bill was greeted by loud, terrifying screams, coupled with the voice of a woman chanting something nonsensical. In the middle of a chant, she kept saying, "Go away," multiple times. Not sure what was going on, he peeked through the slightly open door of the house. As he visually scanned, he saw 3 men kneeling down on the floor, forming a circle. A woman was walking around them with a book in her hands, chanting something that did not make any sense to him. Although a complete skeptic, the eeriness of the chants was starting to get into his head, and he decided to leave the place. While he was about to leave, the woman started staring right into his eyes while pointing a finger at him. Bill felt that the woman was trying to harm him and escaped the place at once. Once he was at a safe distance from the house, he called the dispatcher, told him about what had just happened, and requested not to be sent to that house again. Later that day, Bill cooked his dinner and sat in front of his TV to watch it while he had his dinner. While watching the TV, he noticed something dart across the room in his peripheral vision. Bill assumed that it was a rodent that should have infiltrated the house, and he scanned the entire house, hoping to find it, but his efforts ended in vain. Since it was already late, Bill decided to check again the next day and went to sleep. His sleep, however, did not last long, as he was woken up by the sensation of something running over his foot. He immediately concluded that it was the rodent he had seen earlier and checked the room completely,
but he found nothing. Bill convinced himself saying that he was just making stuff up and went back to sleep, only to be woken up yet again. This time, he felt his bed shaking, which immediately brought him out of his slumber. But when he opened his eyes, the shaking stopped. Bill thought it was an earthquake, but all of the objects in the room were in place. Being a pragmatic person, Bill tried to find a rational explanation for this, but couldn't find one. As Bill kept surfing the internet, searching for any nearby events that could have caused the shaking, his internet connection stopped working. Since he was not able to troubleshoot the issue himself, he called the service provider. While speaking to the executive, he suddenly started hearing a static sound which interrupted his conversation. Nonsensical chatter in a demonic voice followed this static. Bill was creeped out hearing the voice and immediately cut the call. A few moments later, the executive called him again to inform him that the internet connection was sorted out. When Bill asked this executive if he had heard the static, he confirmed that he also heard it and apologised to him for the fault being on his side. After searching on the internet for a radical explanation for a really long time, Bill finally gave up and went back to his bed. As Bill was trying hard to go back to sleep, he started hearing sounds coming from underneath his bed which frightened him. As he kept keenly listening to the sound, he saw a hand slowly crawl up the bed, and when it was about to catch his leg, he pulled his leg to his chest and the hand went back. Bill got into a fetal position and spent the rest of the night in fear. The next day, Bill did his best not to tell anyone about the weird events in his house, as he felt people would not believe him. He returned home later than usual and left the lights turned on for the night. As he kept watching the TV in the well-illuminated house, the lights turned off by themselves. Petrified by this, Bill ran into the closet to retrieve his flashlight. While in the closet, Bill started hearing the boxes on the topmost rack of the closet slamming. With every minute he stayed inside the closet, the slamming grew intense. Bill understood that whatever was inside the closet did not like him being there. So, what was the entity terrifying Bill? Terrified by the slamming, Bill rushed out of the closet, called his brother Bob, and asked him to come to the house. When Bob arrived, Bill asked him to go to the closet without saying anything. Although Bob initially refused to go in, as it sounded weird, he eventually gave in to his brother's pleas. So, Bob got into the closet, turned off the light and shut the closet door. While he was standing inside the closet filled with darkness, he started feeling hard hits on his head and legs. When he instinctively turned on the lights to see what it was, he found nothing. Creeped out, he immediately got out of the closet, but instead of telling Bill what he experienced in the closet, he told him everything seemed to be fine inside it in order to not creep his brother out. Bill, however, felt terrible hearing this, as he felt he should have conveyed the events better to his brother. After his brother left, Bill called one of his close friends named Michael to tell him about the things happening around him. Michael was caught off guard hearing Bill rant about the paranormal events occurring around him, as something of this sort had not happened before. As Bill and Michael kept speaking, Bill started to hear the same static he heard while speaking to the customer executive, and he started shouting on the phone, asking Michael to not listen to it, as it was evil. Michael, being a sound engineer, started recording the static, and when the static stopped, he played the recording to Bill. This recording clearly captured Bill's shouts, but the static was non-existent. Michael was stunned, as all he heard on the call was this static, but it was not recorded. Michael asked Bill to stay safe and cut the call. Scared to be alone in the house, Bill invited his brother Bob and his wife to come over to his house for dinner the next day. During the dinner, Bill was sitting on the chair in front of the TV, and Bob and his wife sat on the couch. As they were watching TV, Bill saw something dart across the room in his peripheral, which made him get out of his chair and chase it. Bob and his wife were confused by Bill's behaviour, and when he returned, they asked him the reason behind it. Without saying anything, Bill asked Bob to sit on the chair he was sitting in previously and focus on his peripheral vision. When Bob did what Bill asked him to do, he got up from the chair, startled. When Bill asked him what he saw, he confessed to seeing a 5-foot-tall bipedal creature running across the room. To make sure he wasn't making up stuff, he asked his wife to do the same, and she also confirmed seeing this creature. Unnerved by this, the couple asked Bill to come over to their house for a couple of days, but Bill refused, as he didn't want to give up on his house. Although disturbed, Bill felt relieved he was not the only one seeing these strange things in the house. For the first time, Bill accepted that the things going on in his house were paranormal, and he started surfing the internet to know more about it. As most things on the internet were not fact-checked, Bill reached out to a paranormal investigation team to help out. This team, led by Brian, visited Bill's house the same night. The team inspected Bill's house thoroughly and set up multiple laser beams in Bill's bedroom where the events were most intense. With nothing unordinary happening, the team started to provoke whatever was in the house, and this actually worked. As they were taunting this entity, a laser beam in Bill's bedroom fell down on its own. The crew immediately rushed out and checked the footage from a camera placed in that room. The footage showed a mist forming in the room when the members started taunting, but the members swore that they did not see anything. When they cranked up the volume of the footage, the team noticed a demonic voice say, "Put it back," and "He is coming." Feeling that they had enough evidence, the team picked up their stuff and left the house. But before leaving, Brian requested Bill not to stay in that house anymore, as he felt that something evil was occupying the house. That night, Bill left all the lights turned on, played upbeat music, and tucked himself up on his bed. As he kept listening to the music, he heard what sounded like a truck smashing into the side of the house. Bill jumped out of his bed and ran out of his house to see the damage his property had sustained. But to his surprise, there was no truck and everything was intact. As he stepped back into his house confused, he heard the same sound coming from the dining room, and this room is where he saw the creature dart through. He rushed into the dining room to see what was causing the sound, but he found all the things in place, as if nothing had happened. Before he could gather himself, he heard the car alarm go off outside the house. At this point, Bill understood that the creature in his house was messing with him, and he decided to confront it. When he started screaming at the top of his voice, asking the creature to show itself, he started hearing the crashing sound from his bedroom. He ran into his bedroom to fight this thing, but he saw nothing. Similar to the dining room, all the things were intact, but unlike the previous time, the crashing sound did not stop when he entered the room, and the deafening sound continued. The loudness of the sound kept increasing as Bill knelt down on the floor, covering his ears. When the sound finally stopped, Bill got back on his bed and decided to sleep. As he was lying on his bed trying to sleep, he saw a 6-foot-tall figure come out of his bed. It stood near the foot of his bed, staring at him, and after a few minutes it crawled on his bed until its face was right in front of us. Without breaking eye contact, the figure opened its mouth to reveal its huge tooth, grunted loudly, and disappeared. The next morning, Bill woke up with deep scratches on his chest and back. Things moved from bad to worse as the creature became more violent. Waking up with scratch marks became a routine for Bill, and he was even hospitalized a couple of times. Also, random things were sporadically thrown upon him by something apparently invisible. Bill felt as if he was never alone in the house, and he constantly saw shadow figures and apparitions darting across him. Despite doing multiple exorcisms upon himself and his house, things never got any better. When asked why he did not sell the house and move on, Bill said that he did not want anyone else to go through it. As Bill kept researching demons, he got to know more about exorcism and possessions. It was then he got reminded of the strange encounter he had at a customer's house where the lady was chanting something nonsensical. And giving a deeper thought, he understood that the lady was exorcising the 3 men kneeling near her, as her chants resembled the chants he had heard in a few exorcism videos. He understood that the woman was used to him as a vessel to hold the demon she drove out of the house, out of those 3 men. In the early 1960s, Two high school classmates named Carol and Reggie fell in love with each other. They were inseparable and seemed to be perfect in every sense, but they broke up after completion of high school as they had different ideas about what the future should hold. After graduation, Reggie joined the US Navy, where he served for multiple years. At one point, Reggie got married, but the marriage didn't last long. When he finally got out of the army, he got a job at a railroad in South Carolina and settled down there. After graduation, Carol got married and divorced twice, and a second failed marriage almost cost Carol her life. On February 18th, 1987, while Carol was living with a 10-year-old daughter, her second husband came to her doorstep and knocked on the door. When Carol opened the door, he drew out his gun and put 6 bullets into her right in front of her daughter. He fled the house after doing this gruesome act and shot himself to death. The bullets severely hurt Carol, and she was left to deal with chronic pain and complete blindness in one eye. After almost 8 years after the traumatic experience, when Carol was finally starting to get back on her feet, she was diagnosed with liver cancer. It would be figured out that the blood she was given after the accident was contaminated with hepatitis C, and it led to a cancer. Carol, being a strong woman, decided not to let this limit her and started to search for a job. After extreme efforts, she got a job as a customer service rep at a TV company. In 2000, a few years after she got the job, she got back in touch with Reggie because of a random call at work. The duo madly fell for each other yet again, and within 6 months after their reunion, they got married. Within a year after their marriage, they decided to sell their house in South Carolina and move to Florida to retire. Although it was hard for Rhonda, Carol's daughter, to part ways with her mother, she was genuinely happy for her. In July 2005, Carol stopped answering Rhonda's phone. Although she was not concerned by this in the beginning, she started to grow worried after the first 24 hours of her mom or her stepfather not answering her calls, as both of them were not in great shape. So after 72 hours of not hearing from them, she drove to their house to check on them. When she got to their house, she noticed that they were not in the house, but the house was not locked as well. Their dog was still in the house with the dirty plate with their leftover food still present on the table. Seeing these plates, Rhonda immediately thought something was wrong, as her mother would never do something like that. Also, she found their life-saving medications still in their bedroom, which solidified her conclusion and made her file a missing complaint. The police started off by tracing the couple's car down by putting the details of the missing couple and their car all over the news. Within hours of doing this, they found their car without a battery on an isolated road, almost an hour away from their house. 5 hours after this discovery, they got an anonymous call from a young couple, claiming to be Carol and Reggie. However, they failed miserably in their attempt at impersonation, and the police grew suspicious of this couple. When they waited for the traces of the phone call, the police started to track down the missing couple's card usage. While doing so, they found that a man who appeared to be in his early 20s was using their card, even after their disappearance. Although his face was not visible on the cameras, the police were able to get a brief understanding of how this man would look like. Although the traces showed that the phone call was tied to a fake address, the police found out that the same number was used to book a rental car. The rental company confirmed that the person who called them looked exactly like the man they had seen in the ATMs, and they told them that the car was booked in the name of Tiffany Cole. The company told the police that their cars had a GPS for satellite tracking and guided the police to a motel where Tiffany stayed with her boyfriend Michael and his friend Alan. Tiffany was 24 years old, Michael was 23, and Alan was 19. When the police broke into their room, they found bags filled with recently purchased stuff like video games, computers, clothes, and perfumes. The trio also had the missing couple's keys, cards, and personal belongings. The police immediately took these 3 into custody and started questioning them. Although stubborn, Tiffany slightly broke down and confessed to the police that they had just robbed the couple and a 4th member named Nixon was involved in it. The police immediately nabbed Nixon, and unlike the other 3, he immediately confessed. His confession would make the investigating officers break down in tears. Tiffany was well acquainted with Carol and Reggie since their time in South Carolina. Because of her traumatic childhood, the couple took her into their wings and treated her as their own daughter. When Tiffany's boyfriend Michael was thrown out of his house in Florida, Tiffany was reminded that the couple had moved near them recently, and along with her boyfriend, headed to their house to spend that night, as they had no money and no place to go. When they turned up at the couple's doorstep, Carol invited them in with open arms and allowed them to stay in the house for as long as they wanted. She prepared them a good dinner, and while they were having it, she unintentionally opened up about the huge profit they had made by selling their house in California. Hearing this, Tiffany and Michael immediately stared at each other with greed. The next morning, despite Carol asking them to stay for a little longer, Tiffany and Michael left their house. From that moment onwards, they started plotting to rob Carol and Reggie. A month later, after gathering 2 more people to help them with their crime, Tiffany and Michael decided to proceed with the robbery. Alan and Nixon knocked on Carol's door, asking her to allow them to call from her phone as their car had broken down. Although suspicious, Carol allowed them to use it because of her kind nature. Once they were inside the house with Carol, they tied and taped her with duct tape. Hearing the commotion, Reggie rushed into the house from the garage, but they taped him as well. Alan and Nixon tapped them so thoroughly that the only holes left were the holes beneath their nostrils. Once they finished taping, they called Michael and informed him that their work was complete. Upon hearing this, Michael, along with his girlfriend Tiffany, pulled over at the house, looted everything possible, put Carol and Reggie in the trunk of their own car, and left the house. They, along with Alan and Nixon, drove to the secluded place where Carol's car was found and made the couple sit inside the grave they had dug in that place. By now, Carol and Reggie were drained out and hugged each other, hoping for their plight to end soon. After extracting every possible thing from them, Tiffany tore off Carol's jewellery from her face and started burying them. They slowly started filling the pit with dirt and mud as the couple squealed in anguish. The 4 of them seemed to enjoy their suffering and continued filling the hole until the mud reached the mouth of their tilted head. Then they let them take a few painful breaths before putting mud right into their mouth and noses to choke them. Nixon told the police that, even after completely filling the hole and levelling the ground, they still heard the dampened sounds of Carol and Reggie gasping for air. Because of disclosing the burial site, Nixon was granted a life sentence, while the other 3 were sentenced to death. In the year 2010, Dane, his wife Kate, and their 10-year-old daughter Nancy travelled to a small village called Myong in Assam for their vacation. Although the initial place was a different one, Dane had to change his plans because of his daughter's pressure. After packing all the essential things needed for their 1-week trip, the family boarded their flight to Assam. When the flight landed and the family got into the cab for their 30-kilometre journey, Dane felt that travelling to Assam was a really good decision. Being a wildlife photographer, Dane instantly fell in love with the greenness that surrounded him. Not just Dane, but both his wife and daughter liked the place a lot. Myong is a popular tourist spot because of its rich wildlife, archaeological heritage, the interesting culture of its people, and adventure and river sports. Keeping the good things aside, Myong is also a hotspot for dark magic and is regarded as the most haunted village in India. The village is surrounded by eerie stories of people disappearing into thin air, people being turned into animals, and much more. In one such story, it's said that almost 1 lakh horsemen of an invader named Muhammad Shah disappeared during the 1330s because of black magic and witchcraft, without leaving a trace behind. Most of its inhabitants know and practice black magic, and the village has many doctors named Ojar who use black magic and witchcraft to treat illness. They're said to have ghosts working for them as assistants. Black magic had been practiced so long in this village that these practices have been recorded in many ancient books. These books can still be found in the Myong Central Museum and Emporium. Human sacrifices to goddess Shakti for attaining different powers of black magic have been practiced throughout the history of the village, and some, like Dane, claim that it's practiced even now. Coming back to the story, Dane and his family went to sleep quite early that day due to their tiring journey. The next day, Dane got up early in the morning and decided to venture out into the forest near his resort to get a good glimpse of the village's flora and fauna before the other 2 woke up. But when he almost got into the tree line, the resort manager came rushing to him and warned him not to go into the forest alone. Dane thought that the warning was because of the dangerous wild animals this forest hosted, and told the manager that he was a wildlife photographer. But the manager told Dane, "Sir, the things that happen inside these forests are deadlier than the most dangerous animal. Please don't go inside." Dane was intimidated by his statement and decided to go back to his room. Later that morning, the family went to the Paranormal Wildlife Sanctuary just as planned. The beauty of this sanctuary mesmerised the trio, and Nancy, being a little girl, loved seeing the enormous one-horned rhinos in person. The place was so engaging that before the family could realise it, the sun had already begun to set. When they returned to their room after a memorable day, Dane and Kate put Nancy to sleep and sat beside the window, gazing at the breathtaking beauty of the forest as it shimmered in the moonlight. Romantic tension started to build up between the couple, and Kate leaned in to kiss her husband. While she was about to plant her lips on Dane's, she saw something weird near the tree line, which was around 100 meters away from their resort, and it made her speechless. She saw a couple of naked women staring right at her with eerie, emotionless smiles. With Kate's face turning pale, Dane understood that his wife was scared of something she was skiing. When he slowly tilted his head to see what was frightening her, he saw these two naked women staring at her. One of the two women seemed to be gesturing something which was not clear because of the distance. He instantly opened his phone camera and used the telephoto sensor to see what they were gesturing. What he saw caught him off guard. The naked woman gestured to a baby and then gestured cutting off his head. Before he could recollect himself, the woman magically disappeared. To make sure he wasn't the only one seeing this, Dane slowly nudged his still speechless wife's shoulder to ask if she saw it too. Kate was brought back to her senses by the nudge, and the very next moment, she hugged Dane tightly in fear and started crying. When Dane asked her what happened, she told him, "Those ladies gave me visions of our daughter's suffering. They... Kate stopped her statement in between, as she didn't want to say anything more. Dane understood what she was going through and calmed her down. Dane got her on top of the bed and pulled Kate into his chest. He started tapping on her back to put her to sleep, but it didn't work, and the remainder of the night was filled with their sleeplessness. When the sun almost dawned, Kate requested Dane to cut the trip short and return back to their home. Dane, being a loving husband, listened to his wife and agreed to return back to their house, even though he was not completely okay with it. But unfortunately, the flight tickets were sold out for that day, and they were forced to stay in the village for one more day. This day would turned out to be a dreaded one for them. The couple sternly told their daughter not to leave the room for anything. They tried their best to stay awake and take care of their daughter, but because of not sleeping the previous night, they eventually dozed off. When the time was around 4 p.m, Dane woke up because of his urge to urinate. The moment he opened his eyes, he instantly searched for his daughter to make sure she was all right. He was relieved seeing her lying next to her mother, and he went into the washroom. When he walked out of the washroom, he found his daughter missing with the main door wide open. Thinking that she might have gotten out of the room, he ran towards the open door, but when he was about to leave the room, the door shut on its own. Dane pulled the door with all his strength, but the door was firmly held in place by a strong invisible force. Kate woke up from a slumber due to this ruckus, and seeing that her daughter was not by her side, she immediately ran towards the window, through which she saw those women from the previous night. As she peeked through it, she saw her daughter walk towards the tree line in a trance-like state. On the tree line stood those naked women whom she saw the previous night. Kate understood that something was terribly wrong and joined forces with Dane to try and open the door, but it just wouldn't open. With her eyes still on the window, Kate noticed that her daughter was almost into the woods. The vision she saw the previous night reflashed in Kate's head at that moment. In a vision, she saw her daughter going into the woods after being lured by those naked women. Once she was deep into the forest, these women abducted her and took her to an eerily strange place in the middle of the forest. This place had a huge altar in the middle, surrounded by a circular wall of trees. Around this altar stood multiple naked women, drinking what appeared to be blood. A few of these women undressed Nancy and tied her to the altar with her hands and legs spread apart, making an X shape. One naked woman, smeared with blood, walked towards the altar and started carving out a strange symbol on Nancy's bare chest. As she squirmed in pain, this woman started plucking out her hair one by one. It was at this point Dane nudged her shoulder and brought her out of her vision. Seeing her vision starting to happen in real life, Kate jumped out of the window to try and save her daughter, as the door was not opening. Since their room was only on the first floor of the resort, Kate did not sustain any major injuries. Seeing her daughter walk into the forest, Kate ran towards the forest with blood oozing out of the cuts made by the broken glass on her body. Despite Kate screaming Nancy at the top of her voice multiple times, her daughter never seemed to get out of her trance. Kate ran as fast as she could, but right in front of her eyes, Nancy disappeared into the thick wilderness. She followed Nancy's trail into the forest, but because of her inexperience in navigating through the forest, and the fact that the trees were so densely packed, just after taking a few steps into the forest, she felt completely lost. As she stood there wondering how to find her daughter, she heard "Mom, help me," and her daughter's voice constant continuously. Kate thought that her daughter was finally out of her trance and started walking in the direction the voice came from. As she kept walking in this direction, she saw her daughter's figure running away from her. Kate was relieved to see her daughter and started chasing her. While chasing her, only one thought kept lingering in Kate's mind. Why would her own daughter run away from Kate shouting, "Mom, help me"? This thought swiftly vanished as Kate tripped over a rock and fell down. It was at this point she realised she was running towards a huge cliff, and her daughter's figure and voice were an illusion. Kate was completely lost, and she was feeling terrible for not being able to save her daughter. As she stood near the cliff with tears rolling out of her eyes, a hand firmly grasped her shoulder. Kate initially thought that her husband had followed her and placed a hand over this hand on her shoulder. She was, however, caught off guard when she heard her husband's voice approaching her from a distance. Before she could react, this hand on her shoulder started trying to push her off the cliff, and Kate started to scream, asking for help. Hearing her cries for help, Dane ran towards his struggling wife and saved her. When Dane asked her what she was doing in that place, Kate explained everything that happened until then. Although Dane was not able to completely believe his wife, he decided not to question her, as she was already worried. Dane and Kate had no clue about their daughter's location, and sought the help of the local police. Dane was able to speed up the investigation with the help of his friend, who was an ex-policeman, but not even the police's canine units were able to trace Nancy. After searching continuously for over 6 hours, the police decided to resume their search the next day, as it was already 10 p.m. After the police left, Dane and Kate went back to their room helplessly. As Dane sat near the repaired window looking at the forest in which his daughter went missing, he noticed flocks of birds flying off the trees in the middle of the forest. The flying birds were accompanied by the smoke of a fire. Dane immediately understood that something was going wrong in that part of the forest, and he instinctively felt that he might find his daughter there. So taking his wife with him, Dane rushed into the forest in the direction he saw the flying birds. As the couple got closer and closer to this spot, they heard the deafening sound of drums being played. The screams of their daughter were heard despite the loud drum sounds. Dane and Kate understood that they were getting closer to their daughter and increased their pace. As they reached the spot, Kate found Nancy tied upon an altar, and just as she saw in a vision, a blood-smeared naked woman was plucking out her hair one by one. Kate ran towards her, trying to stop her, but the two naked women she saw the previous night held her tight and tied her up. When Dane tried to help his wife and daughter, the other women present there tied him up. The women tied both of them to a nearby tree, and one of them whispered, "I know you would come here. Enjoy the rest of the show," in Kate's ear. The blood-seared woman started to carve out symbols on the body of the little girl, right in front of the eyes of her parents. Nancy's shouts of pain and her parents' shouts of help overshadowed the loud sound of beating drums. As the woman kept playing with a knife on the poor girl's bare skin, the others started licking the blood that came out of the open cuts. One of the women collected Nancy's blood in a cup as it dripped off the altar and forcefully poured it into the mouths of Kate and Dane. When they refused to drink it, she closed their nostrils and mouth at the same time to make them forcefully drink it. When Kate and Dane closed their eyes to stop seeing the torture their daughter was going through, this woman who forcefully fed them the blood opened their eyelids forcefully and firmly held them open. She was apparently enjoying this. The couple were completely drained and had no strength to even shout for help as they helplessly watched their daughter suffer. After filling Nancy's bare body with cuts, the blood-smeared woman raised her knife high to kill her. Dane shouted, "Don't do it, please," with his already dry throat, but she just wouldn't listen. As a knife almost pierced through Nancy's heart, Dane closed his eyes, despite the woman holding his eyelids firmly due to a gun firing right next to him. When he opened his eyes, he saw the blood-smeared woman lying dead in a pool of her own blood, and the other women were running away from the place. Seeing that his daughter was finally safe, Dane closed his eyes in exhaustion. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital and his wife was laying in a bed next to him. He immediately got out of his bed and rushed out of the room he was kept in to make sure his daughter was safe. When he got out of his room, he was greeted by the face of the resort's manager. He asked Dane to calm down and told him that his daughter was stable after treatment. He walked him to the intensive care unit of the hospital, and Dane confirmed that his daughter was indeed safe. So, how did she miraculously survive? Seeing Dane rush into the forest, the resort manager called the police, asking them for help. When the police finally arrived, he led them into the forest in the direction he saw Dane and his wife run, and they eventually reached the place where they were held captive, right before Nancy was about to get killed. Seeing what was happening, one of the police officers shot at the woman holding the knife, just before she plunged the knife into Nancy and killed her. Before the police untied Nancy from the altar, all the naked women present there had already disappeared, including the woman who was shot dead. Although it was strange, the police started to save Nancy's life first, as she was already turning blue because of the blood she was losing. So they immediately rushed Nancy, Kate and Dane to a nearby hospital and saved Nancy's life. The manager told Dane that the women were about to sacrifice his daughter, but because of her good luck, she survived. I figured I'd share some of my personal experiences. I wouldn't say these are the most exciting stories out there, but I hope someone enjoys reading. For as long as I can remember, there have been weird things happening around my house, but nothing nearly as malicious as this aside from one other time. I have two others that involve this occurrence, so I'll tell you about those almost like a mini-series. This particular story happened quite a few years ago, when I was in middle school. My brother used to have a drum set in his room upstairs for years. It wasn't abnormal to hear my brother playing them from down the block at times, because they're so loud, and the sound would travel around my neighbourhood. I had just gotten off the bus and was walking home from school, all the while hearing my brother practicing. I had my earphones in and could still clearly hear him playing before I even reached the house. I went along with my usual routine, unlocked the door, walked inside, sat on the couch, listened to music and relaxed. After about 15 to 20 minutes, I finally got a text from my dad, asking what me and my brother wanted for dinner. My dad worked late, so it was normal for us to be home alone for a few hours. I took my headphones out and walked upstairs. Once again, the whole time clearly hearing the drums as loud as ever. I opened the door and immediately they stopped playing. I didn't think anything of it because the drum set faced the doorway, so whoever sat there could see me open it and walk in. I was looking down at my phone and I began to speak, but as I looked up, I realised nobody was there. I walked further into his room to check to see if maybe he left the TV on, or maybe even his radio that he kept next to the bed. Neither of them were on, so I decided to walk all the way to the back of the room where the drums were. I was standing behind them and checked to see if the drumsticks were still tucked away in their pouch. And as soon as I saw that they were, I felt this intense feeling of dread. I was in total flight mode. It felt like something wanted to hurt me, and where I was on the furthest end of the room against a wall.
The best way to describe that is like a looming dark was cast over my head. I ran out as fast as I could, across the room, down the stairs, and back onto the couch. I obviously realised I was home alone, completely confused and scared. I've only felt that sense of utter dread a few times in my life. I didn't tell anyone about what happened for months. I was so scared nobody would believe me, until the next time something odd happened with the drums, and I wasn't the only one to witness it. This happened to me a few years ago when I was living in an isolated desert town in the middle of nowhere, Nevada. There's a large field behind my parents' house, about a 4-mile square lined on 3 sides, with huge salt cedar trees that create a barrier, with only a few small breaks big enough for a person to walk through. The one side without the trees is a dirt path lined with power lines, and I could see the occasional car or ATV. I would regularly walk this path alone and with my dog, a large German Shepherd. This particular day, I was almost done. I was walking along with the clearing to my right-hand side, headed back towards my parents' house. It's an isolated place, so there isn't a lot of noise, but I could hear the wind. The sound of my feet scrubbing along the dirt and gravel, and the jingling of my dog's tag and collar. I'm looking straight ahead, watching my dog, when everything becomes eerily silent. No wind, and I even lose the sound of my own footsteps, like the air was standing still. The silence is deafening, and I begin to hear a ringing in my ears. I turn to my right and look across the 4-mile square to the clearing on the other side. I see an extremely large silver cigar-shaped craft on the ground. My mind immediately begins thinking of all the rational things it could be, and they all fall short. The longer I looked, the brighter it became, as if it was illuminated from the inside to the point that it hurt my eyes, and I was forced to look away. In the seconds that it took for me to look back up, it was gone, and in an instant, all the sound came back. I could hear the jingling collar from my dog, the breeze like the air was moving again. The ringing had also gone, but what came next was an overwhelming feeling of dread and fear, and the feeling that I just saw something I was not supposed to, and whatever it was they saw me too. I literally ran back to the house. That was my real first experience witnessing something unexplained, but since then I've had several others, and they've all been accompanied by the feeling that not only do I see them, but they see me too. Years ago, I moved to Paris. If any of you ever knew someone actually living there, you know that it's so hard to find a flat. I had a great job with a good salary as for my age, mid-20s, and I was looking for whatever flat, just a little studio, nothing fancy. I kept being rejected by landlords for plenty of reasons, because I'm new there, because I'm on probation at work, like every person in France, because I'm from Eastern Europe, and this is bad for some of the people, etc. I was basically homeless, living on a couch of amazing people that I've just met. The amount of flats that I've been rejected from was around 20 at that time. I had one more flat to see, but I had zero hopes for this one, as it was much better than the usual flats I was visiting. I was in a terrible state. My mom was so worried. It took 2 months to find a flat. It was a horrible time for me and my family, as I was literally homeless and had no prospects, despite having agencies paid by my company and a good salary. Anna has known me since my childhood years. She was my mom's best friend. She helped my mom get separated from my abusive dad. She was taking care of me often, and she was always very, very supportive of me. She kept telling me that I'll achieve great things, and that I'm amazing, and she wished for all the best for me. Overall, really warm and caring person. I always liked her, and felt like she genuinely cared about me. Then I grew up, moved out to another city in my home country, and she got cancer. I didn't see her for a long time. It was horrible to see it for my mom, as Anna was always an extremely healthy person. She ate well, was doing a lot of sports, but she used to smoke when she was young, and it came for her. She passed away. I didn't attend the funeral, as I was far away and I had exams, and our ways parted years before. Back to Paris. I fell asleep when I had a dream. I was talking to Anna. She asked me how was my mom, how am I doing? Afterwards, she told me that she's proud of me achieving my dreams and goals, getting a career in Paris, having a good life,
and being a hard-working person. She said that she's with me and she knows I'll live a great life. I woke up, called my mom, and I said, "Mom, you won't believe I had a dream about Anna. That was so nice and heartwarming." My mom was silent for a few seconds and said, "Do you know it's the anniversary of her death today?" I didn't know. There was no possibility I knew. I didn't attend the funeral. I didn't know the date. It was a few years ago. I just didn't. I started crying because that felt so odd, and so did my mom. A few days after I got this flat, it seemed impossible to get as it was much bigger, newer, and nicer than all the flats I'd seen before, yet I kept being rejected. I really believe it's her that somehow helped. Since then, I feel like I've had a guardian angel with me. Now I'm on holiday in my hometown, and I decided to bring a candle to a grave, as in my culture, it's a way to honour the dead. Starting off, I grew up a hardcore atheist, a non-believer in the paranormal. Even the thought of ET life forms with technology capable of light speed travel seemed far-fetched and improbable. God seemed impossible, and if God did exist according to scripture, I felt like he was being a god without morals. Around 2017, I became more of an agnostic who shattered his ideals of absolution, but still needed evidence for proof. I don't claim to know what could or could not be out there anymore. All I know is that the possibility remains. My father lives off Highway 44 between St. James and Cuba, Missouri. For several years now, he's had strange events and sightings at his house and in his area. Going back to 2018, when I first felt off, me, my father and my brother were all out at the pole barn late at night, roughly 10 p.m, doing work on my father's truck. We normally have some type of firearm nearby when outside. As I was smoking a cigarette outside of the pole barn, I felt really uneasy. Nothing had happened out of the ordinary, but I felt like I was being watched with someone having a scope on my forehead. The neighbours live about a quarter of a mile down the road on one side of my father's house, and on the other side is an open field. In front of the house is the road with the woods on the other side of the road, and behind the house is about 4 acres of land, stretching all in a square that's mostly open, with scattered trees and the forest being the edge of the property. I felt like the threat was coming from the woods, from being behind the house. I told my father and my brother, but they felt fine. He told me if I felt off, to shoot several slugs in that direction. So I shot 3 slugs off into the woods. I didn't hear anything move from being frightened, but the feeling persisted for about another 10 minutes or so. I figured I was psyching myself out and didn't think much of the situation much more. This happened in late summer, early fall, I believe. Nearly a year later in mid-July, I went back down there. This time, my father instructed me to listen for a sound. It was nearly inaudible. It sounded like a heartbeat coming from the floor of his house. It was only impossible to hear it if everything was dead silent and your head was near the floor. Nothing shook, but the sound was so consistent that it persisted at all times of the day, and for over several months. I'd asked him if it was still happening when I left, and he would always tell me yeah, until about October, I believe. Odd to say the least, but it never made me feel unsafe. However, in September, I went down there for a weekend and had one of the scariest encounters of my life. I felt like a small child who wanted to cry for help. My father, my brother, their dog, and my cousin all went to town. So instead of sleeping on the couch, I went to sleep in my father's room. It was roughly 8 to 10 a.m. when I went to sleep on this king-sized memory foam mattress. I don't know how much time had passed when I fell back to sleep, but I was suddenly woken from my slumber, and I felt the bed move slightly. I figured the dog had jumped up, but I was so tired I didn't even open my eyes. Seconds later, the bed violently raised and slammed up and down for what seemed to be about 10 to 30 seconds. Scared out of my mind, I was paralyzed still. I didn't hear anything other than the bed slamming and the box fan being swept across the floor. As soon as it stopped, I opened my eyes and looked around the small room. There was the closet near the door that was closed, and the door that was cracked open, which is not unusual. Afraid to move for nearly 20 to 40 minutes, I just sat there, hoping nothing was in the closet. I grabbed the shotgun near the bed and opened up the closet, and it was empty. I then checked the rest of the house. Some open windows with the screens still in and both doors leading outside, bolted locked. I proceeded to look up if an earthquake happened, and for the next 2 days, I didn't see anything as reported. I coughed it up to me having a seizure, which I had when I was younger, but even that idea didn't make sense, because the box fan had been moved nearly 5 feet and was on the floor face down. My family returned after this incident about 2 hours later, and I kept silent, because I forced myself to believe it was a seizure. Nearly 2 years later, 2021, is when the unexplained phenomenon started to happen on almost a weekly basis. My brother moved out, so the only 2 people who noticed it were me when I was down there and my father. He started off the conversation when I arrived there one Friday night with, "I'm not on drugs, but I need your eye to tell me if I'm going insane." Since I was more open-minded at this time, I agreed to listen and look at what he wanted to show me. It was nearly 11 p.m, and he instructed me towards his room and shut off his lights. What I saw was a silhouette humanoid figure that would almost leave traces of itself as it would walk between 2 different trees in the backyard. From point A to point B. However, at point B, the figure would basically teleport back to point A and repeat the cycle. It also happened in my brother's room, except the figure would seemingly disappear and reappear behind multiple different trees, but still in a pattern. I honestly thought my father's eyes and my eyes were playing tricks on us, and I was feeding off his delusions. Until I saw a light flashing in the woods. It looked yellowish orange, but it flickered 3 times right at the house in 3-second intervals that would slowly fade down. He didn't see it at the time, nor did he tell me about it. But when I told him what I had just seen, it was as if I had just confirmed his fears. He said he had also seen lights in the same area of the woods. We both covered our windows that night with blackout sheets and slept with a firearm next to our bed. I would also hear almost like stomping sounds in the attic late at night, almost any time I was laid down there for a 2 or 3 day period, at least once. Too scared to check, we just ignored it. I've also seen rusted metal illuminate green, which is highly odd. As for the first time I saw the shadows, before I convinced myself they were real, I coughed it up to multiple ideas as to what was causing them. Maybe it was the moon and the clouds. Nope, it was a new moon, and there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. Maybe it was something like a bird, bat, or bug flying around the pole lights. Pole lights don't reach the edge of the woods, and the silhouette was so dark, it was as if some mass had to be right there. These are all my first-hand accounts. This past winter, January or February 2022, my father heard knocking on his window around 5 or 6 a.m. Pissed someone was trying to break in, he went outside with his shotgun and his dog. When inspecting the side of the house, he claims he was pushed or thrown 5 or 6 feet backwards, spraining his hands. He grabbed the dog, got in his car, left his gun, and left for another relative's house for a day. His hand was severely swollen, and he was having trouble lifting just a cup of water. Returning to his house the next day, he saw his imprint on the snow. He was thrown forwards, and no tracks other than his were visible. The gun was right there where he fell. While he was hunting in the winter, he saw in his tree stand. As he was sitting there in the blistering cold, with snow all around him, he heard snow crunching as if something was stepping there. When he looked down, he saw no tracks and no sign of any creatures. He was paralysed with fear like I was, because he swore he saw something almost identical to the predator. Some nights he claims his woods will illuminate even though it's a new moon. Other nights his motion sensor floodlights will turn off and on, even though there's nothing out there. At some point, the floodlights just stay on and don't go off for hours. The man who owns the open field next to my father's house had 3 cattle mutilated in a 2-day span. Their throats cut with a precision-like tool. The cattle are friendly if you're on the outside of the fence. I've fed them apples and veggies before. However, crossing the fence, the cattle will chase you out. Knowing the owner, he gave my father permission to check on the property from time to time, but the cows continuously chased him out. Not sure how someone or something could stop them from getting chased out and perform precision-like cuts, killing the animals. I do not know if any of the organs were missing, however, from what I heard, it looked like they were just needlessly killed. When they asked my father if he noticed anything strange, he denied all claims. He doesn't want to sound like a nutjob or have people thinking he's a drug addict, hallucinating. Down the street about 10 miles is another couple who owns chickens. They're down to earth, and I've hung out with them several times. They're older, in the late 50s, and in August, something killed their chickens in the locked coop, taking only the heads. Putting the chicken corpses in a circle inside the coop, all without breaking or removing it, from what we've seen. Another individual claims to have heard the odd howling and screeching too. And something with the weight of a human or more landed on his trailer. He said he looked out his window looking for anything strange, and when he got near, he saw sometime with a 15 to 20 foot wingspan take off. I honestly don't know what to think about all this. Other than my own accounts, typically I don't believe much other than the facts. However, all these strange occurrences can't be a coincidence.
It was about 1 AM or so, and I woke up to get a drink and go to the toilet, and all the normal stuff. When as I was in the kitchen, I heard my roommate call my name. Not loudly, but enough that I could hear it. Strangest thing though, was that it was from the opposite side of the house. The rooms in this house are down a hallway, and the kitchen was on the other side of the house, near the front door. I heard her calling my name from the front doorway area. Where she was sleeping was down the hallway. The other thing was it sounded so wrong. The pitch of her voice was a bit higher at the end of my name, and it sounded just wrongly timed, like she said the start faster. Anyway, I walk over to the hallway and I call out, "Yeah?" But no response. I say it again for good measure, but again no response, and I shake it off as sleep talking, even though I've never heard them sleep talk before. All of this ignoring the fact that the sound came from the wrong side of the house, which is what freaked me out the most. Anyway, I ended up opening the front door and standing outside, around where I heard the voice. Dumb decision in retrospect, but 1 AM me isn't known for thinking things through exactly. So as I'm standing outside, I hear a woman scream from further down the street. Now I live on the outskirts of a city, and it's a Sunday, so this is pretty common to hear people partying and stuff, but this sounded wrong too. It sounded far away, but it had no echo. It also sounded like the voice had no volume, like it was played out of a speaker or something. Not like quiet, but like it had no depth or something. Sure enough, I was scared after that combination of events, enough that I went back to my room to try and sleep again. In the morning, I asked my roommates if they said or heard anything, and they said they had no idea of anything. But them being super into paranormal things, tried to tell me about skinwalkers, which I've looked into a bit since then. But it all seems a bit far-fetched. Like, it's a lot to try and believe, when before this I've never had any unexplainable experiences. I was peacefully asleep, dreaming of fluffy kittens and flying with ravens, when I felt something flick my nose. This was strange, because I always sleep with the blanket pulled up over my head. The blanket wasn't moving, which was odd, but I brushed it off as a weird dream. As I was about to close my eyes, the blood in my ears roared so loud I could barely hear anything else, and my heartbeat was unnaturally fast and just as loud as the roaring. I could feel every blood vessel in my body. The feeling was like they were firm balloons, and my head swam as I sensed something standing in front of me. Adrenaline and fear flew through my system like a riderless skateboard flying down a steep ramp. But I didn't move. I didn't scream. I didn't breathe. I couldn't. Even thinking was like swimming through thick syrup. It was as if I'd been hit by a train of something I can only describe as pure energy. As it slowly dawned on me that I may not live to see another day, I heard my mother's voice calling me. Something told me it wasn't her. It didn't have any warmth to it, and it was weird for her to call me before she knew I was awake. So I stayed still and silent, the blood still roaring, and my heart going so fast, I thought it might explode. I heard the being shift and step on a crinkly candy wrapper. Then I sensed it slowly reaching out a limb, as if it were going to grab my foot. I must have decided against it, because I'm still here, writing this. But it kept its arm outstretched, its stature frozen completely.
as if it were mimicking my unmoving state. By now, the roaring had stopped, but I still sensed the being there, so I didn't move. I slowly reached for the pocket knife I had clipped to my pants. Thank goodness, I had forgotten to unclip it and put it away, because although it was small, it was very, very sharp. I flipped it open and slowly reached for the end of my blanket. I ripped it off and slashed the air with the ferocity of a tiger. There was nothing there. So a couple of months ago, I don't know what time it was at night, but I'm sure it was late. This Betty Boop snow globe that plays music when wound up from the bottom, that my mum has had for years now, began playing. I remember hearing it in my sleep and wrote it off as part of my dream, but it got louder and louder. I then sat up and through the fog of my sleep, got up and walked towards the sound. I had completely forgotten about the damn thing and was confused as to why I was hearing it. So I picked it up and tried to grab onto the lever to wind it up to stop it. But for some reason, the lever just kept pushing past the force of my hand. I remember being a kid and being able to easily stop it with my fingers. So I tried pushing the lever forward to get to the end of the song faster, but the song kept playing at a steady pace. I remember trying to unwind it for several minutes, but nothing. I realized how loud this thing was, so I grabbed a blanket and wrapped it around the globe to muffle the noise. I go back to my bed and sit back with it in my arms. I shut my eyes, listening to what seemed like this never-ending melody. I don't know how much time passed, but it finally stopped. I went to put it back and then laid back down. I refused to lose sleep over this. I closed my eyes and waited for sleep to take me again. A little bit of time passed by and I still hadn't fallen asleep. Then I began to hear this thumping sound, like drums. They had a short delay between thumps, and with each thud they got louder and louder, but not like loud in volume, loud in what felt like anxiety. With each thump I started feeling a little more panicked, and then something told me to open my eyes. This pulling feeling opened my eyes and I opened them. The drums got a little quieter, but were still there. My eyes darted around my room, and as they scanned over every tiny thing, even over the globe again, I saw it. Something standing in my doorway, peering at me. I want to describe it, but it's hard to remember it. It was this completely dark figure with a set of eyes that glowed. I remember staring at it for a while before shutting my eyes and starting to pray. Then, suddenly, I fell asleep, and I woke up to the daylight breaking through my windows. I didn't mention anything to my family, but now I feel like sharing my experience here, for maybe an answer. The first one I have to share is the most recent one, and I have to give a trigger warning for this one, since I will talk about panic attacks, and I know just hearing about the symptoms can cause them to, kick in. Anyway, this happened 2 summers ago, as I was celebrating Midsummer's Eve with my boyfriend, his family, and their neighbours. We were having a lovely time, but I'm still not really myself because of something that happened a few days earlier. I essentially had PTSD. For me to celebrate this holiday with them wasn't actually planned, but because of this thing that happened, I'd ended up travelling to his house the night before because I knew I'd feel safe there. The other people there knew what had happened, but didn't really understand just how much it had affected me mentally. I don't think I understood it myself, to be honest. Long story short, they talked and asked a lot more about it than I was comfortable with, and of course, I would feel like panic attack brewing. I excused myself and hurried into the house, since the party was going on in the garden. I made it inside and collapsed on the floor, hyperventilating, shaking, the good stuff. Let's pretend my name is Nim. From behind me, I heard someone say, "It's alright, Nim. It's going to be okay. You're okay, Nim." Calming, encouraging stuff. But I hate when people see me like that. So I scrambled up from the floor and hurried further into the house to be alone. I finally calmed down and went and sat down on the sofa, and my boyfriend soon joined me since he was starting to suspect something was up. He told me the guests had now left, and I said that I still wished they hadn't seen me like that. He said that he didn't think they'd noticed. He hadn't even noticed at first. He just thought I went in to fetch something. I then told him that someone had been standing behind me, trying to comfort me. He then just looked at me with concern for a few seconds before saying, "Nim, we were all still outside. No one followed you into the house. You were alone in there." I could just feel the blood drain from my face. It sounds cheesy, but this time I actually felt it. It was only then that I realised that I couldn't place the voice I had heard. I just felt it sounded familiar, but I didn't actually know whose voice it was. Often when I'm having panic attacks, I can almost feel myself splitting in two. One part who is having the panic attack, and the one part who isn't. The second part is always making sure I stay safe, tries to remind me to steady my breath, catch myself if I lose my footing, etc. But it's still always the same conscience. I always experience both at the same time. This is the first time one of the parts were actually talking to the other, and I was freaking out too much to realise it was my own voice I was hearing. So yeah, that was a story that I feel has a reasonable explanation, but it still creeps me out a bit. At the same time, it's quite comforting to know that I am looking out for myself. Story 2. This happened 5 or 6 years ago, so when I was around 22 years old. I was walking my family old's dog, and I suddenly saw something flashing above us. We were in quite a central part of a decently large city, so I just imagined that someone in an apartment above us must have lit a very bright lamp, and I instinctively looked up. The sky was bright blue, and a bright light like lightning was running across it. Maybe not too strange, you might think. If it hadn't been for the fact that it was at the end of March, late in the evening, and the sky had been pitch black moments before. But now the sky is bright, and everything is lit up like daytime. I just stare at it in awe for a moment, blink, and the sky is black again. Everything is back to normal, as if the universe had just glitched for a moment. As if God had accidentally hit the wrong switch and was like, "Oh shit," before turning it off again. I just look up in confusion for a bit. Did I imagine it? It happened so quickly that I really hadn't processed it before it was over. So maybe I did imagine it. I looked down at my dog, trying to see if he seemed confused as well. Maybe a little. But that might just be because he sensed I was. He was a very empathic dog after all. I finally decided that I was probably very tired and just needed some sleep. We went home, but of course, I didn't go to bed. I wasn't even that tired. I was by now 95% sure I had been imagining it, but those remaining 5% really had me by the tits and wouldn't let me go. I finally relented and started Googling. Turns out a bunch of people in my city and some of the cities close by had had the same experience that night. Blue sky, bright light. Some people had even heard explosions. My brain was heading terribly close to alien invasion mode before I finally reached an article where a scientist had spoken out. What we had all seen was a bolide. A bolide is apparently an exceptionally bright meteor. This particular bolide had been strong enough to light up the sky almost as brightly as the fucking sun. The flashes I saw before I looked up was probably when it actually passed over me. I guess I looked up at the end of it, and the lightning I saw was probably its tail. And as soon as it passed, everything went back to normal. So even this crazy glitch in the Matrix story had a perfectly logical explanation, which definitely gives a different perspective on what other unbelievable stories I hear. The answer might be so much simpler than we think. Story 3. Unless. This is the earliest of the bunch. It happened when I was 12 or so, and I was visiting our holiday home with my family. I can't remember where we had been or what we'd been doing, but I'm guessing we'd been swimming in the ocean. In either case, we were now heading back home. In the first story, I was experiencing PTSD and a panic attack. In the second, me and my dog were alone at night in the dark. Both pretty creepy circumstances, right? This time, it was daytime, around lunch or afternoon. Bright, warm, and sunny. The least horror story-esque most people can imagine. If there was one moment my child brain was not expecting to see something creepy, it was right then. We were practically home, just walking past the last yard before ours. I happened to look into their yard and froze, causing my parents to carry on without me. Someone stood in their yard. They looked at least somewhat ordinary in almost every way. The height of an average male, if I remember correctly. Walked upright, 2 arms, 2 legs, you know. He was dressed either in actual rags or in very tattered clothing. I can't quite remember his hair though. It was quite unusual. I remember it kind of like tentacles, kind of like the alien from the Predator movies. It might just simply have been dreadlocks though. He was standing some 30 meters away, and it was hard to tell. And my 12-year-old self wasn't exactly used to people with dreadlocks. Either way, nothing about his appearance was necessarily that unusual so far, if the hair was actually just dreadlocks. But his face. When he realised that I looked at him, he froze too and looked back up at me. His skin was grey. Not greyish. Sickly pale, I'm going to throw up grey. But concrete, ash, clay. You got it. Grey. And wrinkly. Not like a very old person, but with a few big, deep wrinkles. Like a wrinkly dog. Like a Shar-Pei or something. To the point that completely warped his facial features and almost hid his eyes. I just stared at him in shock for a few moments, and he stared back at me. Honestly, kind of with the same expression. Suddenly, he seemed to snap out of it, however, and hurried away across the yard and disappeared behind their house. At which point, I snapped out of it as well and hurried to catch up with my parents. Later the same day, in the early evening, when the sun had just started to set, I stepped out of the house. Can't remember why. I was just about to head down the stairs and into our yard when I felt myself freeze again. There he was, in our neighbour's yard again, fucking waiting for me. He was roughly the same distance from me as the previous time. This time, he didn't look shocked, but stern and somewhat puzzled. This time, it was I who copied his expression, and we just looked at each other for a while. Finally, he seemed to have had enough, and he turned around and hurried back behind the house again, disappearing behind the same corner as before, and I woke up from my trance-like state once again. I can't remember what I did after this, what I thought, how I behaved, what happened. I've asked my mother about this, and apparently I told my parents about what happened, and I seemed quite shaken. This was around 16 years ago, and I've been back there many times. I never saw him again, and I've never heard anyone mention any similar experiences in that area, or anywhere, to be honest. I don't know what to think of this, or what to feel. It could have been imagination, because boy, do I have that. But even at a really young age, I could always tell reality and imagination apart. I simply liked making up stories. Also, it was quite sunny and warm, so sunstroke has been a plausible theory for me. Another theory is that it simply was a dude in a mask and face paint, but I wasn't alone the first time. My parents had walked right in front of me. There were other people walking back and forth on the road, to or from the water. Whatever he was, he clearly stood out, and he stood close to the road on an open lawn. Someone else should have seen him, yet no one did, so that theory doesn't really sit well with me either. The final theory that I have is that whatever I saw was paranormal. Even if that would be the case, and this might sound strange, I'm not afraid of him. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. I saw no trace of him, no trace of malice. The way he looked at me, much like I looked at him. The first time, he seemed honestly surprised I could see him. The second time, he seemed to want to decide if I was a threat or not. I suppose I felt the same, and we both seemed to settle on not. We seemed to come to a mutual understanding to stay out of each other's ways. I'm completely open to it having a logical explanation, and just as open to it not having that. To be honest, it doesn't really matter. When the world feels boring and mapped out, I just remember this experience, and I'm reminded that there are still mysteries out there. Judging by the way he looked at me, it might even be somebody else's mystery. There's an episode of my childhood that always makes me wonder about my existence. It's quite strange. I was like 7 or 8, living in a small village with my family. The village is so small that everybody knows about everybody. Being a small village, there's only a small river that's near a source of water to wash the clothes or dishes. Like each person goes to this water body daily. My mum also went there to wash clothes, and I also went there along with my mother usually. One day, like any other day, I was there with my mom, and there were kids there. I was talking to a girl and boy of quite the same age, and I was telling them I could easily jump into water, even though it was deep. But I know I can't swim, but they don't know, and I just jumped into the water and drowned. I was so confused and couldn't process anything, but I was thinking why nobody was there to help me. It was so weird being water for the first time that I couldn't even scream. After some time, I was walking down the street and didn't know how I got out of the water or who saved me. I don't know why I was walking. There was a boy from my village who touched my shoulder and told me that my mum was calling me. Before that point, I don't even remember how I got out of the water and why I was walking. I don't even remember the walk. I don't remember anything, like that memory is just not there. I only remember that boy telling me about Mum, and I was waking physically conscious. My clothes weren't even wet, but I don't remember anything after I drowned. To this day, I don't know what happened, because if somebody had saved me, then everybody would have known, but nobody did. I sometimes think it might be a dream, but I know it wasn't. It never felt like that because I remember jumping in the water. Sometimes you tell yourself it's just your mind playing tricks, but I know it was real. I always question myself about it whenever I'm thinking about it. My fiance and I moved into a new apartment 4 months ago. Everything seemed great at first, twice the size of our old apartment in a very nice community. About a month after moving in though, I had my first experience. I'll go ahead and say now that none of this ever happens when my fiance is home. The first experience I had was early in the morning. My fiance had gone to work, and I was just walking up to do the same. I heard the door to his office open, so I checked his location, figuring he just overslept and not wanting to freak out prematurely. His location shows he was at work. Then I heard what sounded like someone shuffling across our carpet. Then the guest bathroom door opened. At this point, I armed myself with a pocket knife and locked myself in the closet. The closet has a connecting wall to the bathroom. I called my fiance to come home, and while I was on the phone, I swear to God I heard a muffled feminine voice, like someone pressing their face against the wall, muttering, "Hey, hey," in a tone that almost sounded comforting. Now, I'm panicking. More shuffling. Then I hear my fiance come in. He checked the whole apartment, and the only things out of place were his office door was open, and a childhood picture of him had been overturned in the living room. I chalked up to the paranoia. The following night, I had a nightmare. I was laying in bed, and that same voice was urgently whispering, "He's coming," over and over, while someone was banging down my door. This happened 3 consecutive nights in a row, and all was quiet for about a month after that. The next event happened, again, when I was alone. I was cooking in the kitchen, and kept getting this eerie feeling that someone was right behind me. I put a bowl of crushed up Oreos on the counter, and turned away, only to turn back and see them on the floor. Looking up, I swear I saw a shadow turn the corner of the living room. By this point, I was solidly convinced my apartment was haunted. My fiancé insisted it wasn't. Things kept happening, but they were minuscule. Things not where I left them, soft knocks at night, eerie feelings of being watched. The one thing that stayed consistent is that almost every time something got misplaced, that same picture of my fiancé would be overturned. That is, until tonight. I was home alone again. My cat and I were sitting on the couch while the baby kitty knocked with his toy in the cat corner. Then, out of nowhere, 3 big, deliberate knocks came from the door downstairs. It was more like a banging. At first, I thought something fell. Checking the house, everything was in place. I've grown fairly used to creepy things happening, so I tried to ignore it, even though for whatever reason, it felt more sinister tonight. Well, about an hour later, my light flickered. All of the power did. Okay, power surge, but then it happened again, and again. And suddenly the lights were flickering like strobe lights, and there was another series of knock, knock, knock. I'm now sitting in my car, waiting for my fiancée to get home. Am I scaring myself? Does anyone know what kind of paranormal activity this could be, if any? When I was younger, 18 to 24 years old, I worked at my family's trucking company. It was a small operation with around 17 trucks. I did DOT compliance and log auditing. One Friday, as I was preparing to go home, I was informed that they had decided to open a warehouse as well, and I'd be responsible for setting it up and the daily operations. They handed me a set of keys for the building and an address to report to on Monday. Guessing being the youngest member of the family working there meant I was the first one to get moved around to other jobs. So Monday comes, and I show up at the building at 8 a.m. It was an old metal manufacturing building that was built in the 60s. The company that originally built it and occupied the building closed years ago, and the new owner had divided the building into 50-foot wide by 200-foot long sections that each had a front door, rear door with steps, dock door and plate, and 2 small bathrooms built in the front left corner of the unit. After we had been open for a couple of weeks, they built a small office in the right corner of our unit, so I could have space to set up a computer for inventory control and invoicing. As this was a small warehouse operation, I was the only employee. When we needed something shipped out of one of our customers, they would send our local delivery driver over with a tractor trailer to deliver the product. At first, everything was normal. I would show up and wait for orders to come in, and then pull the pallets and let dispatch know that I needed the driver to bring the tractor trailer and make a delivery. It was pretty boring, as I was the only one there. One day, after we had been open for about 6 months, I was rotating pallets in the aisle, and as I backed out of an aisle with the forklift, I saw an old man out of the corner of my eye. As I was supposed to be the only person in the warehouse, and I was certain all the doors were locked, I turned to cuss out whoever was standing there, but when I turned, there was nobody there. I chalked it up to my imagination and went on about my business. It was probably 2 weeks before I saw the old man again. I was getting pallets pulled for an order, and as I was backing out of the aisle, I saw him again out of the corner of my eye. He would just be standing there in blue jean overalls and a red button-down flannel shirt. When I would turn to look at him, he would be gone. This happened off and on for about a year, when I was told I was moving back to the main office, and they were hiring someone else to run the warehouse. I worked at the main building for about 1 year after that, and they decided they wanted to expand the warehouse by getting the section next to ours that had just been vacated. So now, we had 2 identical sections, and the owners were going to cut and frame a hole in the wall by the dock area, so we could use our forklift on both sides. So come Monday, I start working at the warehouse with Jonathan, the guy that was hired to take my place. As this was an on-demand shipping warehouse for manufacturing companies, we had a lot of downtime. I had been there about a month, and we were sitting in the office goofing off, talking about this and that, and I mentioned how the warehouse was kind of creepy. Jonathan replies with, yeah, especially that old guy you'll see standing at the end of the aisles as you're working. I had never met him before working together, and never mentioned seeing the old man to anyone. We started trading stories about seeing the old man, and 30 minutes later, went back to work. After we had discussed the old man, is when things started heating up. We'd be working in the warehouse, and hear the bathroom doors on the opposite side of the office wall open and slam closed. You would hear footsteps, and when you went to investigate them, there would be nobody there. To try and stop the bathroom doors opening and closing, I put padlocks on them. This stopped it for a while. One day, as we were sitting in the office, I heard the bathroom doors open and slam closed so hard, they shocked the wall, which was made of 6 layers of fireproof sheetrock. We ran to the other side of the warehouse and both doors were closed, but the locks were laying on the floor, still locked. Fast forward 6 months, and I get a call at midnight that one of our customers has an audit in the morning and needs to have a count of all their products in our warehouse by 8 a.m. So I get dressed and drive to the warehouse. I get there around 1 a.m. and have to walk 200 feet in the pitch black to the back of the warehouse to turn the lights on. I start doing the inventory, and when I hear 3 loud knocks on the back door, I just froze and listened. Then 3 more loud knocks on the door. I said to myself, there ain't no way I'm answering that. Then the roll-up dock door, which is a good 4 or 5 feet off the ground, started shaking violently, like someone was trying to rip it off. I threw my clipboard on the ground and ran out the front door and jumped in my car. I was about 3 miles down the road when I pulled into a church parking lot and talked myself into going back to lock the doors. I drove around the back to see if maybe it was a truck driver that had showed up early, but there was nobody around the back in the dock area. I drove back around front, unlocked the door and went home. The final experience was one night as I was going to bed. My wife always went to sleep before me, as I'm a night owl. I had laid down in the bed and just started falling asleep when my wife goes, "Why are you standing at the foot of the bed?" When I say my heart stopped beating, I'm not exaggerating. I sat up in the bed and at the foot was a shadow figure, just standing there. And as I type this, I'm getting cold chills just remembering it. I jumped out of the bed and he just disappeared. As this was during the age of the internet, I started looking up information, and the main thing I kept seeing was if it wasn't trying to cause you harm, then just try speaking to it. So the next day I went to work and I stood in the middle of the warehouse and just said out loud, "I'm not sure who you are or what you want, but I acknowledge that you are here. I mean you no harm. I just work here and am here to do a job. You're welcome to stay here if you're friendly, and I'll leave you alone if you leave me alone." I did the same when I got home, except I stated that this was my home and that they were not welcome. I wanted them to leave. Since that day, I never experienced anything else, in the warehouse or my home. I no longer work for my family or at the warehouse, but I still drive by there sometimes and think about the old man in the overalls. Many of you may have heard of Salisbury Hall and the White Lady. In my whole time working there, I can't say I saw the White Lady, but I did have one encounter that I don't think I'll forget. I used to be a cleaner for the small huts that people would stay overnight in, so I never went directly into the hall, only walked past it when leaving and entering the grounds. But scary things still happened. I would hear footsteps on the gravel coming towards the hut I was in, but no one was there. I had the occasional knock on the doors and windows, and even heard faint voices and mumbles, but that became normal after a while. The scary part is when the little girl showed up. I was cleaning one day and it was chucking it down, so I kept all my stuff inside and only went out when moving between huts. I heard a very muffled knock at the door, but I didn't see anyone out the door window, so I wrote it off as just another scary noise. There was a mirror directly across from the door, and when I turned around to face it, that's when I spotted her. She had fairly pale skin, brunette hair tied into a ponytail with a ribbon, and an oddly fancy but old-looking dress. It was very common for us to host weddings there, but as far as I was aware, there wasn't one that day or the next. When I went to face the door again, she was gone. Confused, I carried on with my cleaning when about 10 minutes later, I heard a knock again. This time, she was really at the door. I was used to people asking me questions and such, but I didn't know what a child would really want. I opened the door, and she asked if I could help her open the door to the hut across from me. She said her mum was at the cafe, and she forgot to grab the key off her. I wasn't as hesitant as I should have been, because it was only a little girl. I walked over with her and let her in. I was confused, as there wasn't any luggage in the room. The beds were messy, and it was freezing cold with a window left open, but no bags. I assumed she had just got here, and her bags were in a car or something. Regardless, she thanked me, and I went back across. I finished my cleaning, and then pulled up the list I had made on my phone of what cleans I had that day. Her hut was on the list. I'd never been so confused in my life. I decided to go back to the hut I had left the girl in, and ask if she got the right one. The window had been closed, and when I went to pull the handle down, the door was locked. I peeked through the window and saw the girl wasn't in there. I went back to the room, and it was no longer cold. The heating was on, and everything looked as if a family had just left, like it was a regular clean. I never saw the girl again, but I'm 100% sure she wasn't human. I don't know what I saw and spoke to that day, but it was not a little girl. It's been a few years since this all went down, but I can still vividly remember all of it. So when I was 14, it was the first thing that happened. I was lying in my bed and blinked. But the blink felt like 15 minutes have passed, even though no time did pass. But I saw during this blink that in the hallway, a kind of black smoke with bright yellow eyes, which I could feel piercing through me. I don't know how to describe it, but like it knew something like he knew me. I have absolutely no idea how to describe it, but it wasn't something you want to feel. So after that, I was a bit uncomfortable, but I ignored it. So after some time passed without anything happening, until one night I was up late and wanted to watch some Netflix on my TV. So I went to check on my brother who sleeps in the room next to mine, if he was sleeping so I didn't annoy him with it. Note that it was like 2 or 3 at night. And as soon as I walked in, I heard him snoring so loud and he was lying so comfortable, so I left him be. Next morning, I said to him that he was snoring really loud and asked how he slept. And he turned white as soon as I said that. He said he felt odd in his room, so he slept the whole night in our mom's bed with our mom. Her room is downstairs on the other side of the house. So this was the time my curiosity got the better of me, so I ordered a Ouija board. And my dumb 14-year-old self thought it would be a good idea to do it alone. Luckily, nothing went wrong or didn't go as it was supposed to. But 3 years after that, I'm still here telling the story. And then, the last experience. After this one, nothing happened. I was 15 at the time, I think, and I was up late again, 2 or 3 at night. I went downstairs to grab some snacks, and when I went upstairs, I felt this extremely uncomfortable feeling. Note, my brother's room is directly to the left of the stairs. So as I usually do, I looked at the room, and I saw the thing no one wants to see. I saw a humanoid-looking woman with a white dress and long black hair and pale skin, and holes all over her body. She stood bent in the doorframe with a body of 2 meters 30 looking at me, even though her eyes were covered by her hair. Behind her normally stood my brother's bed, but I couldn't see it. Even with an open door, I could only see like 5 centimeters behind her before it was black, like the blackest black you'll ever see. I fell on the ground because I for some reason felt unconscious, and after a few minutes I woke up and the door of my brother's room was closed. I asked him the next morning if he felt different without telling him, and he didn't know what I was talking about. And no, I'm not making it up. I've been looking for answers, but I can't figure it out. I'm very much a logical-minded individual, and have always tried to apply the most reasonable explanation to any given situation. Over the years, I've experienced a number of scenarios where I've struggled to apply this reasoning, primarily with 2 specific locations. My parents' house which I grew up in, and a pub I used to work at. This particular story is probably the reason for my beliefs, as it happened back when I was 3 or 4 years old. It stuck with me throughout my entire life as one of my most vivid memories. It was a routine weekday morning, my brother and I eating breakfast at the kitchen table while my parents got ready for work. Suddenly, there was this faint yet high-pitched, almost tuneful whistling coming from somewhere. My mother stopped and began to attempt to track down where the noise was coming from. It was an ongoing sound, so it didn't take very long to locate the source. Within one of the kitchen cupboards, we used to have a tin full of candies for birthday celebrations. And amongst these candies was a single singing candle. You know the ones, where you light them and they whistle the tune to happy birthday. It continued to sing over and over with no signs of stopping. My mother tried running it under cold water in case it had somehow, however unlikely, got warm in the cupboard, but on it went. Eventually, she saw no other option but to pull it apart, and that was that the candle stopped. It was brushed off as, well, that was a bit odd, type moment. But no further real thought was given to it. The morning continued as routinely as it had started. It wasn't until a little later on, when we were about to get in the car, that I, as an innocent child, simply remarked, maybe it's someone's birthday. Little did I realise at the time how much this simple statement would stop Mother in her tracks. As it turns out, it was in fact her father's birthday. This was the first year that she had forgotten since he passed. I don't think my mother has ever truly forgiven herself for pulling that candle apart after realising who may have been trying to get in touch. A year or so later on his birthday, I remember we actually made a cake and put a single singing candle in the middle. We didn't light it, but the two of us sat around the same table in the kitchen that evening, lights dimmed, and waited. Sadly, nothing. The experience opened my mind to a world that I don't think we can ever truly understand. Unfortunately, ever since I moved out of my parents' house a number of years ago and eventually changed jobs, the frequency of difficult to explain experiences have reduced to zero. Still, I remain as open-minded as I've always been on the subject. I was laying in bed last night and I was having trouble falling asleep, so I was on my phone. I just had surgery, so I've been keeping my door closed so my dog doesn't come in. Around 12:06 AM last night, I started to hear my dog running around downstairs. And usually she's pretty quiet. She usually lays in her bed or at the top near all our rooms. While she was running around for about 2 minutes, maybe 3, it sounded like there was something else running around with her. It sounded like my dog started digging in a pile of paper at one point. It sounded like they knocked things over in the kitchen. After I heard the thing fall over, I got up to look and I heard this voice in my head. It wasn't my voice. It sounded almost masculine and it said, "Don't go." I've always been taught to listen when you hear voices like that, so I stayed in bed. After I heard this voice, about a minute later, my dog ran up the stairs and walked over to my door. It sounded like there were 2 of her out there, like her breathing was distorted. She stood outside my door, whimpered, then walked away. Should I be worried? And does anyone have any idea about what was outside my door running around with my dog? Or what the voice was? Also, throughout the day today, my dogs have been acting really strange, distant almost. She also seems really tired, but she hasn't laid down and slept yet. I've never really experienced anything I can definitively say was 100% a ghost encounter. But recently a lot of things have been happening ever since I moved that just seem really odd. I lived in Michigan for about 8 months and recently moved back down to Alabama due to some personal reasons. Everything seemed pretty chill for the most part, but I started seeing things out of the corner of my eyes. I didn't think anything of it at first. After all, it was a new house. Things aren't where they used to be, and I'm not used to the house yet. It only makes sense that I would see something in the corner of my eye, only for it to just be a dresser or something. But then it started getting really weird. The first time it happened that was actually unexplainable was a few weeks ago. I had just made something to eat and was about to head back into my room. I walked past the recliner in the living room and I noticed out of the corner of my eye something very clearly turning its head and looking up at me. Obviously, I thought this was my cat, so I stopped to pet it, only for there not to be anything there. I just tried to ignore it and go into my room. The second time was also in the kitchen while I was getting food. I had just turned off the stove and I saw something very clearly in the corner of my eye. This, I think, maybe could be explained by my eye just being weird for a second. But after constantly seeing things almost daily, I felt it was something to add. The third time happened last night. I had just gotten in bed ready to sleep. I set my alarm, took my glasses off, and then I felt something pressed down on the foot of my blankets, almost like the cat had jumped on the end of my bed. Usually, I keep my door closed and she can't get in there. Again, I didn't think about it much. I thought maybe the blanket was just settling. Maybe since I have a fan in the wind, kind of rustled it, whatever. Well, then I hear a noise on my computer desk, and I have to look over, and I clearly see some kind of something, a face, an animal. I don't know what it was. I shone my flashlight over it, but nothing was there. My bedroom door was closed, and there was no way for anything to get in or out of my room, so I have no idea what it was. I eventually just tried to forget about it and go to sleep, but it's still on my mind, especially after everything else I've been seeing since moving back down here. My parents and I moved into our current house when our German Shepherd was just a puppy, so she's quite comfortable everywhere in the house, except suddenly the kitchen, which used to be one of her favourite spots, because all of the dog treats are in there. The kitchen has nothing scary about it, except for the fact that there's a door leading to the basement. When we moved in, I knew the basement was creepy. All cement, multiple rooms, but with one that stood out. The breaker room fit with a dusty, abandoned storage cabinet. The breaker panel, and a shit ton of spray paint on the walls, reading things like, "John lived here." And there's one with a saying that I can't quite remember, but it's always given me a creepy feeling. I'm not sure who lived in the house before us, but John isn't the name of the man who sold it to us, but it could have easily been a previous renter. No big deal, I guess. I never really thought much of the basement being creepy, other than making jokes to my friends about how freaky it is down there while doing laundry, until a few weeks ago. I got a treat for my German Shepherd after taking her out at night as usual, but she was timid, walking into the kitchen and darted out of the kitchen. While I thought it was weird, I assumed there might have been a rat or something, as we live in a very rural area, but I checked everywhere and found nothing. Since then, she refuses to step more than 2 or 3 steps into the kitchen, sometimes even crying as if she can't come in. I'm not sure if my house is haunted, but I can tell you it's old, and this situation is just screaming paranormal to me. I don't really know much about the property, but I'm curious if anyone has had a similar experience, or if they think this could be paranormal. It's so odd to me that she won't even come in for treats. Does anyone have any idea why this could be happening? Paranormal or not? There's this legend where I come from, the gallipote. According to Google, this is the definition. To become a gallipote, one must have a pact with the devil himself, selling their soul for the ability to change oneself into another form. A witch doctor is also able to help transform a human into this evil creature. This is not one of those legends created to make kids be respectful, or to scare them into doing things wrong. This is a nationwide legend, used to alert people who like to travel alone or in pairs. People who are too kind and like to pick up people from the road to give them rides. Or just people with luck who find them running around. Anyways, I was around 10 years old when this happened. Gallipotes have never been something mentioned as much in the city as in the countryside, and so I never believed in it. My grandma always tells stories about them though. She'll say things like, "You guys heard that chicken clucking? That's a gallipote because it's after 6 p.m. and they should be sleeping by now." But you know, I never thought there was such a thing. Well, at the end of 2009, one of my cousins, let's call him Andres, disappeared out of nowhere. He was on subs and stealing, so everybody knew something like this would happen at some point. Well, 2 months later in February, we all went to a cousin's house. All my family was talking about him. The last time somebody saw him was 2 blocks away from said cousin's house. Anyway, the clock hits 1 a.m. and my cousins are watching a horror movie. I don't remember what the movie was, and me and my older cousin decided to go and listen to the gossip of the grown people. We went outside and sat with them. It was my aunt, my grandma, my aunt's cousin and a husband, 2 of their neighbours and us. They were talking about how Andres was so funny when he was younger, and how his mom was the one who introduced him to drugs and robbery. As we were sitting outside, it was on a hill. We heard something running really fast like a horse, and it was indeed a horse, at 1 a.m. in the city. Weird, but not that much. He went running at the end of the hill and we saw him. Nobody was riding him. And out of nowhere, somebody was running behind him, chasing him. We all got up because obviously we got a little scared. My grandma immediately asked us to go inside, to which I said no and went crawling to her. The neighbours got so startled that they took their chairs and went inside their house. My aunt just said, "That's a gallipote," and started laughing. Well, we went inside and told our other cousins about what happened, and they didn't believe it. My grandma told them, and that's when they got scared. But it's probably around 2:30 a.m, and we were all in bed trying to sleep. We heard a knocking on the window. It was 6 of us in a room, and we all heard it. My cousin said to me, "Get up and open the door." To which my other cousin, let's call her Anna, said, "It was at the window." I didn't say anything, but I knew it was at the window. My aunt comes into the room and tells us to go to sleep.
Her son asked her if she was knocking on the wall, and she said, "Isn't it you? Stop playing and shut up." My older cousin started crying, saying that it was the gallipote. Her mom came into the room and told her to grow up and left. Not even a minute later, somebody knocked on the window so hard that it felt like it was going to break. My aunt comes running into the room, and we're almost all crying at this point. I don't know how I'm beside the closet with my 2 other younger cousins sobbing. She said something along the lines, "Why are you guys making all this noise at somebody else's house?" I think she thought we were all playing or something. Then, the front door. Somebody knocked hard enough for my uncle to come all the way from the back room, and he goes, "Who is it?" "This is Carmen." And he opens. It was the neighbour. She said, "There's something knocking at our window." Everybody came out, but not my grandma or us. We stayed inside cuddling, and my grandma was praying. We managed to fall asleep in the living room while the adults were scattered around the living room and the room where we were. The sun is out and everybody gathers up outside. They find a shoe all dirty, a piece of hair on both sides, and pieces of corn. Fast forward a month later, and all my cousins were at my grandma's house, and she is sleeping in a room by herself. My grandma had this feeling, and she asked us to tune in for the news. There he was. The man in the news was asking for people to come all the way to the countryside to identify the body of Andres Antonio Caceres. My grandma only said, "I knew it." They showed his body. His face had been ripped off and he was only wearing jeans. They threw him in a hole, and his wallet was on the side of the hole. Minutes later, my sister started crying and my grandma yelled at the window, "Leave, it's time for you to sleep past 6. And then we heard a chicken. Well, 6 months ago, my mom started working in a new company from 4 a.m. to 12 p.m. Since my mom doesn't have a license, I have to drive her there at 3:25 a.m. 4 months ago, I couldn't sleep, but I never used my phone in those cases. After a couple of hours, I noticed it was 1:48 a.m. I heard the chairs at the dining table moving. I thought my mom was already getting something to eat. However, when I opened the door of my room, there was no one in there. I closed the door and went back to bed. I thought, must be a demon, and I literally fell asleep right away. At 3:05, my alarm goes off. I went into the kitchen, got some coffee, and my mom came out of her room ready to leave. We left, and because I'm kind of sleepy, I didn't pay much attention to my mom bickering over dishes and such, until my mom said, "Couldn't you sleep last night? Next time you get tea, try to make so much noise." I didn't say anything there because I was still trying to stay awake. I dropped her off and came home, fell asleep, and forgot about it. 12:35 p.m, and we were on our way home, and I asked my mom what she had said in the morning. She repeated all the bickering, and then, "Oh, and also, stop making so much noise. Take your tea to your room." I told my mom I heard the chairs moving, and I thought it was her, to which we both just didn't say anything. We told my grandma, and she said, "Look around the house. Maybe you guys brought an object or something." We do not use any religious objects because we don't believe in such a thing, and so we found a little cross a friend gave my sister, tossed it out, and we forgot the whole thing. Well, 2 weeks ago, my sister, grandma, and I went out of the country, and my mom was all by herself. She texted me at around 3 a.m, asking me if I was awake. I was, and so I called her. "I hear something in your sister's room." I got chills. We live on a second floor. I asked her what she heard, and she said, "It sounds like somebody is walking in the kitchen." I asked her to call 911 because maybe somebody broke in. She asked me to look at the cameras, and I told her to wait a second. Went into the app, and nope. All the doors were locked, and no car or anything was outside. And no, there were no people downstairs, since it's a business that closes at 8 p.m. My mom took the courage and went out, and there it was. Nothing. She went to her room and started praying, until we both fell asleep. She asked my cousin to sleep with her for the next week. 3 days later, my cousin said she wouldn't be able to stay. My mom told me she would still be in my room, since it's the smallest. A mistake, because I'm the one who's seen more shit than you can imagine. She called me at 4 a.m, and I asked her what was going on, and she said, "I heard something in your closet." Then, on the right side of the bed, like somebody was knocking on it. I told her to pray aloud, so that anything could leave, and she did. Not surprised by this, but she was able to fall asleep a little later. Well, I came back by myself this Thursday, and the first thing I did was take a nap. At around 9 p.m, I woke up and went to the kitchen to get something to eat. As I was opening the fridge, I saw a shadow standing by the bathroom, which is the same place where me and my sister saw my mom a couple of months ago. I started praying. My mom came out of her room and said, "You saw something, right?" Bro, I'm scared. Thinking back, there was probably a number of signs, but most could easily be debunked. Stuff falling off my bookshelf, my friends swearing up and down that they could hear a little girl in the background of my mic while on calls on Skype. At the time, I never paid much thought, but it leaves me wondering. What really got the cogs moving in my head was the time my doorknob randomly started jerking. I don't know if you are familiar with what it's like when a toddler or maybe a cat tries to turn a doorknob. It's like they've got a grip on it, but they're not strong enough to fully turn the knob, so it just weakly turns and then it jerks back. For months, at random moments throughout the day, my bedroom doorknob would do this. I always brushed it off as my cat because he was the type who didn't like for doors to be closed on her. Typical cat stuff. You'd open the door, she'd come walking in, only to immediately leave. I didn't want to keep getting up and opening the door, only for her to leave, so I just ignored it. Not to mention, I was in my 20s, still living at home with my parents, and my dad's office nook was just outside my bedroom door, so I naturally kept my door shut at all times. One day, I was in my room doing my thing when the doorknob started jerking again. I continued to ignore it. It wasn't long before I heard my dad get up and open my bedroom door, and proceed to look around with a confused look on his face. He then says, thought maybe there was a cat locked in your room or something. So he heard the door jerking as well, and he confirmed it was not coming from the other side of my door, which means it wasn't my cat. That was when I started to consider paranormal possibilities. I turned to my best friend for a second opinion and thoughts on what I should do. She suggested I get some help with cleansing my house. However, my parents were massive skeptics, and my dad would say that if anyone was ever dealing with spirits and demons, that means they'd simply strayed too far from God. But if I wasn't getting any malicious vibes, I could simply try asking who or whatever it was to stop. I decided to ask it to stop, and I waited until the next moment came where my doorknob started jerking again. I looked in the direction of my door and firmly said, "Could you please stop?" And it stopped immediately upon my asking, and it never happened again. I lived in that house for a few more years as well. Some have tried to debunk it as a draft going through the house, or the wood swelling and shrinking with the weather. However, it doesn't add up, given some of the factors. Looking back, I think perhaps my mom and I brought something home with us. My mom loves antiques, and I inherited her love for antiques as well, and our house had a lot of antiques. Without going into detail, I think it was the start of a presence we brought home and would bring into the next home, and would inevitably turn my massive skeptic parents into believers. So I live in a house that isn't old. We moved in when it was first built, about 6.5 years ago. I've been extremely paranoid since a non-paranormal experience about 4.5 hours ago, so this may be the result of that. While I don't immediately assume ghosts are behind everything, sometimes they seem the most logical explanation. There's been doors I've closed that I've later found reopened, and nobody was around except me. And I've heard footsteps on the 2 upper floors when both myself and the dogs were downstairs, and I was home alone. However, I think the most convincing experience was late one night. We had 2 dogs at the time. One younger one, Harper, was about 1 year old. Our older dog, Ramesses, was about 10 years old. About 6 months after we got Harper, we got a dog doorbell system to help train her. One part attached to the bottom of the back door, one to the bottom of the garage door, and the last part plugged into an outlet. When the dog would press the parts on the door, it would ring like a normal doorbell, and we'd take her outside. This was normal, until it went off at 3 a.m. while everyone was asleep. Oh well, the dog woke up and had to go outside, so she rang the bell. Makes sense, right? Nope. Harper was locked in a crate. She was awake, but she wasn't able to come out of it. Our other dog, Ramesses, was dead asleep on the second floor in my room. I was asleep at the time, and so was my brother. It woke up my mum and dad. My dad had 911 on speed dial, just in case someone had broken in and hit it by accident. There was nobody in the house. The doorbell doesn't run on batteries, so it wasn't a low battery warning. Like a smoke detector. We considered a power surge to the outlet, but the other device plugged into the outlet was fine. It takes more than a little bit of wind to cause it to go off, so the only explanation was that someone or something pushed it. But what? We've never been able to explain it, and we haven't plugged the doorbell in since. Maybe they each deserve their own post, but anyway, here's a list of every event that happened to me that I still cannot explain. Grandma's ghost visits to announce her death. My memories of this are a bit fuzzy because I was only 4. I was playing in the backyard with my second cousin while my mum watched us. Suddenly, she looked alarmed, saying something like, "Kids, stay here, someone's in the house." I remember that this scared me. Of course, we didn't listen, and we followed my mum in the house. No one was there, but there was some noise upstairs, so we rushed there just in time to see a hanging picture get thrown on the floor. My mum was very confused and said she had seen my grandma in the window. That very night, we got the call confirming that she had died. The ghostly arm. My scariest encounter so far. I must have been 9 or 10 at the time. My friend Mike invited me to his place, and we were just chatting with a girl on MSN, until I saw something out of the corner of my eye. There was a black, translucent arm going through the wall. I was too shocked to say anything. My friend, somewhat unfazed, just said, "Oh, you see the arm too?" Apparently he'd been seeing stuff like that a lot. To this day, I still can't explain this rationally. Glove disappears and reappears exactly where it was. I came back to my dorm room from the store. It was during the winter. I put my coat and gloves on the bed. I opened my closet door to put away my things, only to see that one of my gloves is missing. I thoroughly searched my tiny room, nothing to be found. Until, from the corner of my eye, I see something black flash by. And there was the lost glove, exactly where it originally was. Grandpa warns me he's going to die. This one might be a coincidence. I knew my grandpa had been in the hospital for a while, and he was not doing well. Anyway, I saw him in a dream, and he kept it short as he always did. He said, "I'm going now." He was indeed gone that very day. Something punched me. I'm not sure about this one. I was working outside all by myself in a remote swamp area surrounded by fields. I definitely felt something hit me in the back, hard. My first thought was that someone had arrived and had thrown something like an apple or a baseball in my direction. But no, nothing on the ground, no one to be seen. Maybe a bird had hit me and flew away. Who knows? Garbage can moves by itself. Seemingly a classic poltergeist. In 2 instances, the lid of my trash can started to flip around super fast, like someone punched it. And another time it flipped over as if someone kicked it. Each time, it was in my direct field of vision, so I know it's not a rat getting inside or anything. When we first went upstairs, there was a brand new toilet paper holder still in its package in the washroom. The holder would play Christmas carols when you turned it. I thought it was cute and set it up in the washroom. My sister and I used. The whole day, the music did not work when we used the washroom, so we assumed it was dead. At around 3 a.m, my sister and I were sitting in my room and on a video call with my buddy. For context, our washroom was right next to my room, attached. Suddenly, we start hearing jingle bells playing. The 3 of us went silent. Nobody was in the washroom. My parents were asleep and snoring, and my sister and I were together. It stops, and we calm down a bit, but it immediately starts playing again. At this point, my buddy is freaked out and begs me to go and check it out. Being the older sister, I didn't have much choice. I go into the washroom and the carol stops. I remove the toilet paper holder, break it in half, and throw it outside in the garbage bin. The next day, I went down to the basement to find the toilet paper holder in the middle of the living room, just there, fully intact. I broke it again and threw it out, never to be seen again. Another incident that happened the day after the toilet paper holder. I was sitting in my room and heard a loud bang outside the door. I assumed my sister was putting something up in her room, which was right next to mine, and ignored it. Then I heard 2 more bangs and got annoyed, and went into her room to yell at her. I asked, "What the hell are you making so much noise for?" And she looked at me confused. She says, "I thought that was you." Once again, my parents were both deep asleep, and we double-checked to make sure they were. The night after, I was in the washroom and I heard someone come out of a room, shut the door, go downstairs, open and close cupboards, and come back up and go into a room. I was curious as to who it was because it was around 1 a.m. and only my sister and I were awake, but the footsteps were much lighter than hers. Once I was done, I went into her room to ask what she went down to get, and once again she said, "I thought that was you." Now this story is the last incident, and by far the most horrifying. My sister and I went upstairs to grab something from a room. We were in her room for about 5 seconds max. When we came back out, there were 2 handprints on the wall. Black handprints, bigger than both of ours and our mom, and smaller than my dad's. We asked our parents and they had no idea where it came from. These handprints were not there 5 seconds before when we came upstairs. They appeared within the 5 seconds we were in her room. We called our cousins on video call to show them, and my sister went ahead and touched the handprints. Nothing. I went to touch the handprints, and black ink smudged all over my hand. Nothing on the wall, but black ink all over my hand. I had 3 people watching this happen. My sister, cousin, and his girlfriend. I went to wash my hands and came back and touched the prints. Nothing. I'm not too worried about the first few incidents, but the last one still worries me a bit. Why did the ink smudge on my hand? Is it an omen? It happened about 2 years ago, and I still think of it till this day. As a kid, I went to a school that was renowned for being haunted. It was built in the 1910s, but somewhere in the mid-1950s, there was a devastating fire that burned the whole top floor, and many children died that day. They rebuilt the building without the top floor, making it a 2-story building with a really creepy basement. I have a few stories to share about this school. There was always an eerie feeling about the school. If I was walking around alone, I felt like I was always being watched. The wall of one staircase was filled with paintings of children that former students had painted. These paintings took up 3 floors of staircases. Every time my friends and I passed by these paintings, we would find something different. A soccer ball that was never there, a girl with a flower that was never there, etc. One day, we decided to take note of the specific things to see if they were the same the next day. One note that we took was that one girl on the paintings was smiling and looking towards the right at her friends with a flower. The next day, the girl was looking straight, directly at us, with no smile. We then avoided that staircase at all costs. The school had a boiler room that you could peek into from outside, but we weren't allowed inside. Sometimes at recess, when we're playing around the area, we would see white apparitions dart around inside. When we would look through the window, nothing would be there. Being kids, we were a bit curious. One day, we were having an event after school and decided to go up the boiler room door and try to open it, bravely, since our parents were in the gymnasium next to it. When we turned the knob, it was locked. So we knocked on it, 3 times to be exact. Immediately, we got 3 knocks back from the other side, and the doorknob started rattling like it was going to open. We all ran to the gymnasium and never looked back. This story is also about the boiler room, and it may sound absolutely crazy, but I swear it's true, and one of the craziest things that's happened to me. Once when I peeked in from the outside, I saw a huge pipe in the middle of the wall extending into an abyss. At the edge of the pipe was a girl's body just laying there, presumably dead. I told my friends to look, but by the time they peeked in, it was gone. For about a month from that day, I kept having nightmares of a girl in black, Black hair, pale skin, begging me to help her. It was always the same dream, and when I asked her what she needed help with or from, the dream would end before she could tell me. Creepy. This is a story I heard from the janitors who spend the night at school. They were in the janitor's office in the basement one night, just chatting and having some snacks, when they heard kids laughing. It gradually got louder, and they started hearing multiple kids laughing, balls bouncing, playing, running around, etc. We went into the gymnasium where the sounds were coming from, and they immediately stopped. They found one singular ball in the middle of the gym, and it rolled over to them. Anyway, they eventually broke down the school, and now they've built houses on that lot. So about a month and a half ago, my partner and I moved into a new house. Just for confirmation, it's a standalone house on its own property, not an attached flat or anything like that. On our initial walk through the house, there was some kind of what looked like sigils written on the inside of a wardrobe door. I've always seemed rather sensitive to spiritual things, but didn't feel any bad energy, or as though anything was off, or thought nothing of it. Upon moving in, these symbols had been cleaned off by the property manager. So, since we've been living here, a few things have happened, though nothing concerning until lately. One of the first nights we were there, we'd both wake up to what sounded like something kind of big running up and down the hallway outside our bedroom. We checked to see that our cat was sleeping soundly next to us, and there was nothing there. We've had the occasional sighting of something out of the corner of our eye. Again, thought nothing of it. Still no negative feelings at all. We have started to referring to whatever we believe may be here as Eddie's friend, because our cat, Eddie, will often go to another room and start chatting away to something as though there's a person with her. She also tends to fixate on particular spaces in the air for good deals of time. Recently, our house has become more active with bumps and knocks, as though someone is there and doing things, when in fact there is nobody there. Still, I've not been too concerned, even occasionally sparing a friendly word or two to whatever it may be. However, yesterday while I was at work, my partner reported having heard a lot of noise around the house and confirmed it hadn't been the cat. Also being woken from a nap by what he says felt like the cat biting his foot. Again, checking and the cat was nowhere to be found. This altercation has left a rather deep scratch in his foot that drew blood. I still haven't felt any particularly indicating energy. I don't like the idea of telling whatever it is to leave, as I have no right to. Any tips or ideas regarding the wardrobe doors? Should I worry or do anything regarding this? Would really appreciate some opinions on all of this, if anyone has any. So I've been able to see what resembles a mist of static in the air since 2018. It happened spontaneously, and I'd previously never had a single experience which I consider paranormal. I don't consider myself sensitive to the paranormal or anything like that. This perception of static mist is essentially the only perception I've ever had which I can consider to fall under the category. Another way of describing it is vibrating points of light. I have no idea what it is, and why I seem to be unable to find more information on it. I don't believe the static mist is visual show. It's three-dimensional and doesn't move when I shift my body's position in space. Hence, why I believe it's an external phenomena and not an internal hallucination or an optical aberration. If what I'm seeing is truly located in my external environment, as I theorize it to be, why isn't it reported on by more people in the paranormal community? I've spoken to a few strangers online who claim they can see it too, and I found a paranormal-related book online which has descriptions matching my experience. Yet so many other paranormal phenomena have entire communities of individuals dedicated to them, whereas I can find practically nothing on this. The lack of information frustrates me, but I'm fascinated by this static mist and curious to understand more about it. When I relax myself into a semi-meditative state of consciousness, the perceptions become much more pronounced, such that what usually looks like a thin mist starts to solidify right before my eyes, condensing until it resembles steam. When I focus on an area of the mist intensely enough, The resulting solidification that begins to occur honestly resembles the preliminary glimpse of some kind of entity or being who was already inhabiting that location, but was previously invisible to human sight. That's my guess, anyway. I also perceive segments of it moving around in space at extremely rapid speeds, in what resemble thin clouds of smoke darting all around my bedroom. Again, I believe these might be entities of some sort, doing I have absolutely no clue what. That often come near my head and just hang around there, but I'm not sensitive enough to be able to pick up on any other information about them, like their intentions. I can only see a hazy patch of mist, nothing more. Actually, I sometimes think I can feel a slight cool breeze on my skin when it's near me. Does anyone have any idea what this could suggest about the nature of them? Or it could simply be an existing temperature differential in the room itself, rather than something paranormal. Okay, so this just happened to me a few hours ago in the middle of the day, and I'm really freaked out. I work in a retirement home, and my job often requires me to go in the basement with a cart full of dirty laundry. That means I have to use the elevator. I've done this 1,000 times already, and never did I hear or see anything unusual. Now, since I work in a retirement home, amongst a lot of other rooms in the basement, there's also a temporary morgue which is located opposite of the elevator entrance. This morgue was probably used at some point in time, but as long as I've been working there, it's never even unlocked. Nobody used that room for anything. Today I was working as normal, going about my day, not feeling creeped out at all, since it was the middle of the day, and I've been to this basement too many times already, and never had the reason to be scared of it. I went down to the basement, emptied the dirty laundry in the laundry room, and called the elevator down again, since somebody had used it. I pressed the button, but the elevator isn't coming down. Above me, through the closed elevator doors, I could hear two of my co-workers speaking and holding the elevator from closing. The space in the elevator is very acoustic, and you can easily hear people on it from the basement, all the way up to the 3rd floor. At this point, I was getting a little pissed off because it was a particularly busy day, and I didn't have any time to spare. So I started knocking on the elevator doors to let them know I was waiting for it. After a few knocks, it seemed to me that they didn't register it as someone knocking for them to get off the elevator. So I decided to knock in a little melody or rhythm to get their attention. Now this is where something very fucking weird happened. Maybe 5 seconds after that knock, I started hearing something knock back. It didn't have any particular pattern, and it sounded like a literal knocking on a door. I first thought it was coming from my co-workers above, but quickly realised it was coming from behind me. I turned around to find the basement completely empty. And I couldn't figure out where it was coming from at first, until I came a few feet closer to the sound. It was coming from the fucking morgue. I froze. 1,000 thoughts came rushing through my mind as I tried somehow to rationalise what I was hearing. I wanted to leave the cart behind and just sprint up the stairs to get there, when I heard the elevator finally coming down. It was the longest wait ever. But I finally got on and pressed the button to the 3rd floor, I think 20 times, before the doors closed and got me out of there. Maybe all of this can be very easily explained away with it being an older building. Sounds from the pipes or animals, etc. And being a pure coincidence with my knocking, but I never heard a building ever make a knocking sound on the door like that. Needless to say, it really creeped me out. Anyway, this was my first paranormal experience ever, and I'm interested if anybody has had any similar experiences, or an explanation for whatever the fuck that was. I share a bedroom with my older brother, and we've both experienced some pretty paranormal things in our room. A little background to us. I love horror and anything scary. I own multiple horror movies, a Chucky doll, and even a Ouija board. My brother, on the other hand, doesn't enjoy horror as much as I do, but he does like it. However, he doesn't like my Chucky doll or my Ouija board, and doesn't want to be around them at all. This took place around a couple of months ago, and it didn't really bother me until my brother mentioned something to me recently. Before I continue on to the actual story, I have to explain. I have a weirdly shaped doorway, so I don't have a door yet. Instead of a door, there's a very thin curtain there. So if my room light is off and I was in my room and the hallway light was on, and someone just so happened to be on the other side of the curtain, I'd be able to see the figure of them. Now on to the actual story. At around 2:30 a.m, I was in bed, scrolling through Twitter, reading posts and stuff, when I got an eerie feeling that someone was watching me. So I looked up from my phone to my doorway, and I saw someone standing there. At first I thought it's my mom, because sometimes she gets up at night during that time to go to the bathroom. And usually when she does, she checks on us. But this person had curly hair, and it couldn't have been anyone in my family that was in the house, because none of us have curly hair. And no one in my family is that height, aside from my mom. I stared at the figure for a long time, and they just stood there for about 10 minutes, doing nothing but staring. What was so creepy about it was that it was like they could see me through the curtain, even though I couldn't see them. After a while, they ended up turning around and walking right into the bathroom that's right next to my doorway. Now let me explain myself. Yes, I could have just gotten up to see who it was when that whole thing was going on, or seen if it was my imagination, but hell no, that's a death wish. Eventually, I did end up getting up and going into the bathroom to look through, because no one came back out after a couple of minutes. When I went and checked, no one was there. Nothing was moved and everything looked normal. So I ended up just going back to my room and staying up until the sun was out. Then I fell asleep. The next day, I did end up telling my parents about it, which my mom said she wasn't up at that time and kind of shrugged it off as a crazy coincidence of my mind playing tricks on me. However, my dad was immediately interested because he said that the spare bedroom was suddenly open the next day after what I had experienced. Other than telling my parents and my girlfriend, I told no one else. A couple of months after this happened though, my brother randomly asked me if I'd had any weird occurrences where I'd seen a figure or heard people calling out to me. So of course I told him yes, and then he told me he had heard someone calling out his name when he was home alone one day, and had also said that he had been walking out of the bathroom at one point, and the door aggressively slammed from behind him. He even said he'd been having strange nightmares about a figure that he couldn't really see, but he said he could tell it had curly hair. Personally, I don't know what to think of this. There's really no logical explanation for this that I can think of, especially the experiences my brother had. I do believe in ghosts, and I do believe that what I was a paranormal experience. But I want to know what your guys' thoughts on this. Are me and my family just crazy? Or are we dealing with something paranormal? Every year, a fair comes to my town. It wasn't a thing I really went to often. I've always heard about my friends or family going, but I stayed home not overly interested. Recently, they fused a comic book convention with the fair. People wearing costumes with capes and going on rides seemed like a safety hazard if you ask me. No matter how hard I tried to get excited over the idea of it, or getting involved to go down to the fair, I just never bothered going. And yet, I found myself sitting at a table listening to the sounds of the rides, a bit hazy on how I got there or why. A small set of tickets for the rides in my pocket and smells of deep-fried food tempting me to buy something. I was sitting alone, so why did I get to the fair? I couldn't seem to remember anyone dragging me along. A group sat down at the table next to mine. They were noisy and showing too much affection towards their partners for a family-friendly occasion. I was about to get up and leave to head home when I noticed someone I recognised in the group but by himself. A guy I went to school with, and I had a hard time thinking of his name. We were only 2 years out of high school, and he looked exactly the same as when we last saw each other. He was in my class, but we weren't friends. I still respected him. Honestly, he was the only decent person in our class. He came from a rich family, and yet he wasn't stuck up. I stood hovering at my table, about to leave, when his name clicked. His name was Ashley. That did not make him any friends in school. In fact, people only tended to hang out with him to get free food or borrow cash. From the looks of it, the group he was with was only interested in those two things. Ashley dropped off food and took orders for more. Everyone besides himself wore bracelets that got you on rides all day. I always thought the bracelets cost far too much to really justify buying them. Without any doubt, Ashley was the one who paid for them. I watched as he did food runs, getting whatever they wanted. When he finally sat down, the rest of the group was so interested in their free food, none of them even thanked him or even looked in his direction. Unable to help himself, I went over to his table. "Hey Ashley, we went to school together. Come sit with me for a bit," I told him and gestured towards the empty table. He looked up, unsure of what to do. His friends teased him for being picked up by a girl or asking if I was a girlfriend they didn't know he had. When he didn't answer, I gently took his hand and led him a few steps away. He's always been a pushover. A very kind guy that everyone took advantage of. I'm pretty certain he would have done anything if I asked with enough force. We both felt awkward suddenly sitting across from each other. He was nice enough to start up a conversation first. "What, have you been doing?" he asked in a soft voice. "I work at a factory." "Hey, how about we get you something to eat?" When I stood up, he followed. This guy bought food for all of his so-called friends and nothing for himself. We took a few minutes picking something. He only got a small order of fries, and I found a stall selling some not deep-fried chicken wraps. We both saw the deep-fried Mars bars for sale and commented on how terrible that sounded. Of course, we got one to share. His friends didn't even notice he was missing. They already got their meal and their bracelets for the rides. Aside from if they wanted to play some games, they didn't need his wallet for anything else at the moment. "You really shouldn't let people take advantage of you like this," I nodded towards the noisy group after we sat back down. "It's fine. I'm glad they can have a nice day out," Ashley replied in such a low voice, it was hard to hear him over the noise. He kept his hair long and tied back. Everything about him was just downright soft. The kids in school were brutal on him, and that didn't help him open up anymore. We should have spent more time hanging out back then. They're jerks. I'm pretty sure one of them shoved you in the trash once. They really don't deserve a paid day out. If they want to have fun, they should use their own money. "It's not really my own money either," he said, not denying how he was bullied before. I let out a sigh and let him pick away at his fries. I suppose he always felt guilty living off his parents' money. His parents appeared to be the type to confuse cash with love and pass that down to him. Looking him over, I wondered if this guy had ever really been happy before. He tossed money around trying to make friends and get a shred of positive attention. That backfired on people only wanting to use him. "Sorry, I was being rude. It's really not up to me how you spend your money," I said, admitting I made him uncomfortable. He gave a weak smile and tried to push the deep-fried Mars bar in my direction. That was a burden we needed to share together. At the same time, we shoved half of it in our mouths, the sweetness putting my teeth on edge. The pair of us grimaced at our mistake, and Ashley let out a small laugh from it all. As he was cleaning off his hands from the grease, I noticed he wasn't wearing a bracelet. He'd bought one for those four, but not for himself. After all, it was kind of weird going on a ride alone when your friends were paired up. "Hey, let's get you a bracelet and get on some rides." He looked confused at the offer. I took advantage of his pushover personality and dragged him along to the ticket booth. By the time he got his wallet and debit card out, I already paid and almost had a bracelet on his thin wrist. He looked pretty shocked. That might be the first time someone bought him something. "I can pay you back," he offered quickly. "Don't worry about it. My job pays pretty well. I can afford it." It was the truth. In exchange for wearing down my body, I got paid a crazy amount per hour. More than what most of my classmates would earn after they went to school for a job of their choice. They'd be doing a job they wanted. I got stuck in a boring job that would nearly cripple me in 10 years. At least in those years I could afford to buy a house if I saved up. Then I could switch to a part-time job to pay the bills. "I should ask if my group wants to go on some rides with us," Ashley said, looking toward the food area. I raised an eyebrow at him. It was nice of them to try and include them, but they didn't even notice he left. And they wouldn't until someone wanted him to pay for something. "Do you have their numbers?" "Yes," he replied slowly. "Then send them a text. They can meet up when they feel like it." He accepted the answer because the group of friends were still eating, and he could see how I wanted to do something else. I mostly wanted him to enjoy the day for once. As we walked, he mentally reached for straws on a topic we could talk about. We hadn't spoken to each other a month before, so there wasn't much to what to say. "It's nice to see you doing well. I heard all sorts of rumours in school, he offered a topic. I nearly shuddered thinking back to the nightmare that was high school. My family life wasn't ideal back then. I wanted to move out as soon as possible and started to do any kind of odd job to save up, hiding the money from my parents, for good reason. It all blew up a year before I graduated when my father found my stash and stole it for his vices. I was so angry, I snapped. No one thought a teenage girl could put a full-grown man in the hospital, but I somehow did. He never spoke to me again, and I moved into a terrible apartment to finish my last year of school. Nah, most of it was true. Aside from selling myself for money, that was spread by some douche because I wouldn't sleep with him, I said with a shrug. Ashley looked startled. Maybe because he got stuck walking around with someone who beat up their own parents. If he wanted to leave at that point, I would let him. He stayed following my steps, silent, trying to think of anything else to say. We made our way towards the small section of rides. Some people in costumes passed by, heading towards one of the many contests held throughout the day. I looked towards one of the rides shaped as a boat that went upside down, and Ashley glanced over at the super lame haunted house. When I took a step closer to the boat ride, it took him a second to catch up. I turned on my heel to head back towards the haunted house, knowing he would never speak up when it came to something he wanted to do. Something reflected some light off in the crowd, stealing my attention for a second. Someone had gone all out with their costume. Towering over the crowd in the distance stood a man wearing a large flat disc as a mask. It looked to be made out of some dark grey metal. From behind the mask spilled out black feathers covering his shoulders. I couldn't see much more from the people blocking his body. I couldn't place the costume. For the most part, I could guess what show or video game what people dressed up as. When he turned, the metal reflected the light again. I saw an upside-down smiling mouth on top of the metal mask. I bumped into Ashley by mistake. He stepped in line for the haunted house. When I looked back, the tall man with the odd mask was gone. I didn't see a spot where someone that tall could have gone in such a short amount of time. A bit weird, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. There weren't too many people lined up for the short ride, so we got on pretty fast. The cars were shaped like cartoonish bats. I sat in the hard glittering plastic seat and watched Ashley put his seatbelt on, even though we really didn't need to. These cars went at a snail's pace. The short trip was a very basic dark ride. No flashing lights for people sensitive to that. Sunlight got through small cracks of the building, ruining the illusion. Normally, I wasn't really good at handling haunted houses. Things bumping in my face normally got a reaction from me punching them. The small jump scares in that ride were so minor, I didn't react, but Ashley did. He jumped and grabbed my arm when a skeleton rattled a cage next to us. For a wimp, I was impressed he wanted to go through this. After it was all said and done, we got off and he looked as if he went through a pretty intense experience. "You really shouldn't be mean and tap me on the shoulder during rides like that," he scolded. "I wasn't tapping your shoulder," I lied. His face grew pale. I really shouldn't be messing with him, but it was far too easy. I guided him away from the poorly made ride, him now positive it really was haunted. We needed to find something he could actually handle. I was hoping to let him have a bit more fun before his group stole him away again. We heard his friends first. As we walked, shouting came down the path and the crowds of people started to avoid the spot. One of the couples he arrived with started having a screaming match about something. Apparently, she was giving other guys too much attention, and her boyfriend wasn't all too happy about that. My meek and shy new friend started to hurry over, ready to break up the fight. I held him back before we reached them. We needed to think of a plan before he just jumped right in. A sharp sound that rang through the air made us all jump. The girl said something the guy didn't like, so we lost it. He slapped her so hard, the poor girl almost fell over. Their two friends were so shocked, they couldn't react. Any of the people still watching the whole ordeal froze on the spot, unsure of what to do. I was about to charge in and let loose on him for doing such a thing when the masked man I'd seen before appeared behind the group. Literally appeared. I froze, wondering if I was seeing things. How could someone just step out of thin air like that? The man was so tall, he towered over the group. His body was thin, and I could see his ribs in the outline of his hip bones. He only wore a tattered, dirty sheet around his waist that reached his feet. The mask of dark grey metal with the upside-down mouth reflecting the frightened face of the guy who just smacked his girlfriend. Having fun? The voice came from the mask croaked and shouldn't have been loud enough to be heard over the crowd of people. How come no one looked startled by this guy? Aside from the 6 of us, no one even appeared to be paying any attention to the masked man. All at once, I knew that wasn't the right word. It wasn't whoever, but whatever. That this guy wasn't wearing a costume. Acting on instinct, I grabbed Ashley's head to shove against my shoulder so we didn't see what was going to happen. In a few seconds, that proved to be a very good idea. Fuck off. Those were the last words the guy ever said. The mouth slipped down on the mask. It glided along the metal as if it wasn't moving on a solid surface. With frightening speed, the creature bent over, half-moon mouth opening wide to fit the guy's entire head inside. I heard screaming from the small group as the head came off, blood spraying everywhere. Ashley wanted to raise his head, but I kept a firm hold on him. He started trembling, terrified of what sights I refused to let him see. I opened my mouth to scream to help for the crowd. The words dying in my throat as I saw everyone else not paying attention to what just happened. The monster quickly got down on all fours to devour the guy's body, blood and gore flying as he did so. The attack only lasted a few seconds, and yet no one looked in that direction. "Ashley, we need to go," I yelled and started to drag him away. "Why? What's wrong?" I heard a snapping sound as the world shifted and changed. I felt almost too dizzy to stand up. Looking around, I saw we were in the same spot, but the masked creature and all the blood simply disappeared. The group of Ashley's friends were missing a person, but acting as if nothing happened. I held his wrist trying to drag him away when everything changed. His face was a little concerned over my panicked state. Ashley honestly didn't remember the last few minutes, like everyone else besides myself. He thought I just needed to use the washroom. That deep-fried Mars bar proved to be a very bad idea. I dragged him along to the washrooms and risked leaving Ashley alone for a few minutes so I could puke up everything I ate that day. I needed to think. What the hell happened? How did no one else remember what we saw? Pulling out my phone, I didn't know what I needed to do for a second. Call the cops? Without proof, I sounded crazy. There wasn't even any blood left behind. Nothing. On a hunch, I looked up the guy's name on Facebook. It took me a few minutes to remember it. Searching through related friends, I finally found his photo, but I stumbled on a page set up in his honour. My blood ran cold. According to the Facebook page, he died in a car accident before we graduated high school. That wasn't possible. I just saw him die a few minutes ago. A noise came from outside the stall and I nearly dropped my phone in fear. I sat on the floor when I puked and hadn't gone up yet, so I saw the feet poking out from the torn sheet under the stall door. Looking up, I spotted the masked creature very rudely staring down over top of the stall. "You shouldn't be in the women's bathroom," I said in a trembling voice, hoping that would make him leave. The smile was still upside down, so I assumed I was safe for a moment. I held out my phone, still displaying the Facebook page, for it to try seeing to get answers. While I sat alone in the stall, I realised something terrible I should have noticed sooner. I didn't remember going to the fair. I should be at work that day. For some reason, not only did my job not call me, but I had no memories of getting up that morning to come here. "Am I already dead?" I asked the creature. I thought I heard it laugh. There goes the theory this was some sort of limbo for the dead. This thing could change the past and bring people to this fair. But for what reason did it drag us here? It wasn't eating everyone it came across. How limited were its powers? I had a million questions and not much to go on. "Fun?" The question in that terrible voice echoed through the washroom. Did it ask me if I was having fun? I was until I saw him eat a man. "Well, not right now. I'm a bit freaked out to have fun," I admitted, knowing that might not be a good answer. "Have fun?" Without giving me a chance to reply, it turned and walked away. Each step makes a sound on the tile floor. I was stunned to say the least. Was that the point of this place? The point of the day? To have fun and whoever didn't get eaten? For some reason I noticed this creature and remembered what it did while the rest of the people here didn't. If those memories didn't fade, I was good as dead by the end of the day. Taking a deep breath, I needed to focus. If my fate was already sealed, at least I could save Ashley. He didn't remember the masked creature and could still make him out of here. I turned off my phone and made my way back outside to meet up to him. Him acting a bit worried about how long left for. I told him it was the junk food not sitting right, and I felt fine now. I took his hand feeling scared to death, but tried my best not to let it show on my face. He accepted his hand being held by someone who was mostly a stranger to him. Whatever else happened, I needed to make sure he had fun today. We walked around and I paid close attention to what he was looking at, trying to get a grasp of what he wanted to do. The bigger rides were out of the question. Along the way to a massive slide, he appeared interested in it, his eyes drifting to a pile of stuffed hippos that could be won from the games. They honestly were the ugliest toy in the entire place. The fabric was a shiny pink and their eyes crossed, but if he wanted it, I'd get him one. The game with the ugly hippos appeared to be a simple one. Just ring the bell with a hammer. I paid for a few times, wondering if I could even get this damn hippo for him. The guy running the game let Ashley go first. He acted a little embarrassed by the fact he didn't even get the weight halfway. The guy running the stall humoured me when I took the oversized hammer. I slammed down the hammer, picturing I smashed the masked face with all the strength in my arms. The bell rang, and both men stood shocked. I may be shorter than them both, but a lifetime of working and now doing 2 years of a job with heavy lifting paid off. In a few short minutes, Ashley had his hippo. His face flushed carrying the ugly thing around. I wished he had better taste. At least he smiled, that's all that really mattered. We walked through the area with the games. Between some booths, I spotted the masked creature gladly gobbling up another person, as no one else noticed. A cruel reminder of my fate by the time the day ended. How could anyone have fun with that thing walking around? Ashley noticed my mood. We stopped by another game and I watched as he sat down to play. He picked the game with a bunch of water guns. Without enough people, the game couldn't get started, so he paid for a few kids passing by to join him. I watched with a small smile almost appearing on my face, as he did his best to win at least one round. But he got pretty happy when others beat him. It felt nice seeing the guy who got bullied all through high school finally having a good day. How often did he let himself just be happy like this? As prizes were won, I think the guy running the booth gave Ashley a pity prize. He handed him a stuffed pink elephant that matched the hippo. He gladly took it and paid for a few more rounds to be covered for anyone random walking by to play, before he walked over with 2 boys in hand. Holding out the elephant, he smiled as he offered the plush to me. That was the biggest smile I'd seen him have so far. He put all that effort into winning something for me, after noticing how I was feeling. If I didn't hear the distant screams of someone being eaten, I would have thought this was one of the best days I've had in a long time. The hours passed by as less and less people were at the fair. One would assume they were going home, but I knew the real reason. The moment they weren't having fun for a second, they were gobbled up. I didn't know why I lasted the day. Every moment is tense, knowing that a masked creature could appear for my life at any second. As the sun started to set, a fireworks show got announced to end the night. Ashley appeared excited for it and hurried us over, trying to get a good spot. Not once did he mention the friends he came with. Did he even still remember them? How many of them were left? He wasn't at any risk of being beaten. I thought he had more fun than anyone else at the fair that day. I even heard him laugh a few times. During the day, I knew I started to love him, but not in a romantic sense. I've never wanted to date anyone. Holding hands was fine, although anything beyond that made my skin crawl. And yet my chest had some warm moments between the fear of by just seeing him happy. Just before the fireworks started, I excused myself to the washroom. I saw the masked creature standing nearby. If he wanted to eat me, I didn't want it to happen in front of my new friend. Even if he would forget it afterwards, the few moments of fear and stress was something I didn't want to put Ashley through. I walked into the washroom and I stood in front of the mirror, waiting. I heard the footsteps before I saw the creature. He stopped right behind me. The tall form is hard to see in the dull light of the bathroom. He didn't move closer to ask the question I dreaded all day. Having fun? I let the words fall between us as I tried to figure out my feelings. No, I wasn't having fun. I felt terrified. I didn't want to die. But I didn't think I'd ever had a fun day in my entire life. Honestly, no, not really. But I've always been like this. I don't think I've ever been fully happy before. It's maybe the most I've enjoyed myself, but I don't think my feelings are normal. I've always accepted this neutral state of mind. If you kill me for that, could you at least let Ashley remember this day? I know he enjoyed himself, and I want him to keep this memory. I told it, unsure of what the monster would do. The creature listened patiently for my answer. It might be the longest response he'd ever gotten. That mouth started to drift down until the half-moon shape was at the bottom of the mask. My entire body tensed up, waiting for whatever might happen next. A large, thin hand fell on my shoulder. The creature smiled wide, with the mouth lined with countless teeth. I held my breath, waiting for the end. Then, everything went black. A sound woke me up. Pings from my phone going off. I jumped awake, looking around stunned. I sat in my bed, safe and sound. Grabbing my phone, I looked at the texts coming in. Ashley sent me a few photos. Some blurry ones of fireworks and a final one of a selfie with a stupid stuffed hippo in frame. That day did happen. He mentioned in his messages that he just woke up and wanted to send me photos from yesterday. I didn't even remember getting home or giving him my number. I somehow stayed alive. That creature spared me, but why? I looked over to see the elephant sitting on my computer desk, staring at me with shiny black eyes. Ashley sent me another message thanking me for the day and asking for us to go back to the fair next year. I cared about him, but it wasn't going to happen. We could hang out anywhere but that place. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the pink stuffed toy moving. To my horror, the head slowly started to run upside down. "See you next year," a croaking voice came from the toy. I scooped up the dump-looking pink elephant and tossed it in the back of my closet, then shoved my dresser in front of the door. It seemed I needed to work my ass off to make sure Ashley had no reason to ever go back to that awful fair ever again.